Bop, 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 bop. All right, we are cooking. Here we go. All right, friends, welcome to episode we on episode 23 of War for the Crown.
Wow.
Sorry, it took us a minute to get going there, folks. It was a bit of internet trouble. But where we left off last time, you guys fought your way deep into Abadar's Pillar, which is this like long time standing, very intense fort that was built during the original Cadrian Taldor war. You fought your way in. You saw the snazzy dresser himself, Maxlar Pytharius. See if I can pop up his photo here in a second. But Pytharius has long been the rival to your boss, Princess Eutropia, and you slew him. He is full dead in this building right now.
No, wait, we just pacified him, didn't
you
we?
pacified him. Sorry, you did not slew him, but you did beat him. He is unconscious over here. Everyone else, except for one guard that surrendered in the face of overwhelming destruction from the party, is dead. You guys killed like sentinels, Templars, royal bodyguards, clockwork assassins, a fucking golem that shot gold everywhere as like a cannon. Not to mention his like special diviner, Dame Averna, or Avena, excuse me. We had enough time I dropped you guys all the loot in the chat last week, as well as XP. But despite all that, we haven't really resolved what the fuck's gonna happen next. You guys are kind of in like his personal chambers over here, with an unconscious emperor. You also saw his like treasure trove the other week, and you knew there was a lot of like documents in there that probably merited reading, as well as gold. I believe you guys wrote down the gold already. But that being said, you don't quite know what the fuck to make of that room. So what is y'all's first move here? Are you going for, like, do you want to, like, wake him up and talk to him? Do you want to try to investigate, like, the rest of this floor? What are you guys thinking?
I think we should see what's in this room first, just to make sure there isn't anything immediately threatening.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, first thing is heal up.
Yeah, very good point. Let's see, what's my channel divinity up to now?
I will say, like, on a meta side of things, like, yeah, you guys have time to heal up. You can take your time and cast some spells here.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound... I think in character you can hear that no one's, like, running for you. This was, like, the force that he quickly amassed to try to counter this, and you guys blew through it.
Alright, total heal of 40 HP each. Does that get everybody back up to full?
On the channel?
Yeah.
Are you excluding Pytharius at the moment?
I can't exclude anyone, it's just a heal.
Okay.
Well, alright, let's shackle him first.
That's a good idea.
Any shackles / rope? I assume someone probably has rope.
Yeah.
Okay, alright, there we go. Yeah, you can totally tie him up. That pulse of healing energy goes off. We're gonna have some soundscapes here in a hot second, and Sirenscape's just loading in for me.
Does he count as helpless?
Does he count as helpless? Once he's tied up, pretty much, yeah.
Alright,
he can try to escape.
Before we wake him up again, I'm going to cast Dimensional Anchor on him.
God, I forgot how many fucking Galactus clones there were from that spell.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Just to make sure that he doesn't, like, be away.
Yeah, if you Dimensional Anchor him while he's still unconscious, I'm just gonna say he fails that save pretty easily.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and we could take the teleport thing off of him.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. He has one of the runes. Once you remove that, he couldn't do it anyway.
Yeah, we take everything but his normal clothing.
The man himself. Just a reminder of his snappy dressing.
Yep.
I really dig his outfit.
I extremely dig his outfit. It's amazing.
Is he, when you tied him up, is he like gagged right now? Like, is he able to, like, when this pulse of healing energy from the cleric goes off, is he able to talk? Because he's back to conscious with that big of a heal.
I imagine we could let him talk.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. He'd call the guards. more guards. I mean, I'm assuming there's more.
Well, we can kill them
Well,
too.
that's why
he
I
would
said
just be
check
calling
in
them
this
to their.
room.
What an attitude to have. Like, yeah, fuck it. You can call more guards. Fuck them up.
I mean, if that's really how he wants his guards to die, I guess that's okay.
Holy shit. All right, we'll say he's a...
Also, what's this guy doing?
Which guy?
The
The
surrender.
one that surrendered.
Oh, he serves me now.
Like, yeah, first of all, he's serving Phineas, but he's also just kind of like in the corner, like, just kind of shell-shocked. He just watched what he thought was the best hope for the throne get destroyed, and all of his massive horse, golems, wizards just get curb stomped.
I'll give him some food and water. You know, maybe like a nice blanket.
He's got kind of like that TikTok trend where he's like shaking, the whole glass is shaking and water's slopping everywhere while he's trying to drink it because he's so scared.
I'll have him help me load the money here into the bag of holding. We didn't write that down last time. It doesn't look like.
We didn't write down
No.
the room. All right, give me 1 sec because I think you guys calculated it. You just didn't add it because you were like mid combat. Okay. So the treasure vault itself. This is excluding, the. Fuck. Hold on. Just copying it over. This is excluding all like. It looks like it's mainly either coin or this like tons of political documents. But here's the coin values. Just
That is
chests and chests full of coins.
that's a chunk of change.
It is a very large amount of gold. Let's see. Where is my default song for this campaign? All right, let's see if our music's working here. Oh yeah, there we go. All right. So you got all of that. We'll say he's gagged for now. He's kind of. I mean, it looks like even when that channel kind of brings him back from the edge there. He's just kind of slumped against the wall, like he's taking in the situation and looking at you guys, but he's not really making a move.
Well, for the time being, we'll just ignore him then. We've got other stuff to do.
All right. So it seems in your investigation of the room, it's a lot of like very dull documents, like troop transport lists. Like where does the grain get sent to feed? Both the troops and the pack animals. But there is one particular. Like iron case, almost like the size of like an iron filing cabinet, like it's just like one box of that filing cabinet, that seems to hold like dozen or so parchments with various legal applications, letters, historical records. Go ahead and as you are looking through it, it's very purposefully obfuscated. You can tell like these documents were written in a way to make it very confusing as to what they're here for. Go ahead and give me a linguistics check from someone who wants to like sort through this info.
Hey Ben, I have a profession magnate skill that I never get to roll.
You could do profession magnate. That would be a very applicable role in this case. Oh yeah, 22. Okay. So those are actually, I'm gonna say those are gonna reveal some different things. Let's start with the linguistics. First thing as you're going through it, you begin to realize on a linguistics check, this is a lot of purposefully obfuscated and hidden information about royal bloodlines. With that magnate check, things begin to become a little clearer as you start to look at kind of like the gold side of things. Like you're this, wealthy, influential person at this point, and as you track payments and like payoffs, you realize what this is, and what it is perhaps Pythareus' like most damning weapon that he has. And for some reason, he hasn't used. What this is saying is that Emperor Stavian I, the one who died at the beginning massacre, is Stavian III. That's Eutropia's dad. Stavian I was not a direct descendant of like the imperial household.
Wait, how long had the Empire existed before him?
Oh, a good long while. Like the Empire's around for like some 6,000 years.
Okay.
And like, basically there have been like different it's not been like one straight line from the beginning of the 6,000 years ago to now. But like what was considered like the current appropriate family to inherit the throne, which he was part of, it turns out the Stavians are not that.
Interesting.
And with those checks combined, I'm gonna say with especially the Magnate check, you realize who is actually Stavian, where he comes from. Stavian I is the son of Lucrezia Adela. Adela, with that Magnate check, the Adela family is like reviled in Taldor. This was like a now extinct noble family who dominated Taldor for centuries with like intense politics, like assassinations, poisonings, like just a very awful family to be in charge. And like it led to multiple civil wars just from this one family fucking with people.
Oh, great.
Which means that Princess Eutropia is descended from like the most reviled aristocratic family in Taldor.
Okay.
Well, nobody ever needs to see this again. Secluded grimoire.
Just hide that shit away.
Yeah, I'm not sure I disagree, because with 3 generations, it's kind of a done deal at this point.
Yeah.
Well, one thing you might consider is like why he's hidden this is Pythareus' claim is that like Stavian III like officially adopted him in secret, and he's like, oh, I'm the male heir, it's me.
Right.
So like if this got out, it would fuck him too.
Yeah.
But it screw both of them over instead of just Pythareus or Eutropia.
Mm-hmm. But that is the information that you guys find there.
And we wouldn't know off the top of our heads who should have been emperor, or what
I
family.
would say that would be like a knowledge history check, more specifically. Or I would say nobility as well. Alright, 20. Is anyone doing nobility or anything like that as well?
Yeah, I've got a plus low. My character sheet's not working, so.
Oh, wait, sorry. I hate when that happens.
Oh, well, that wasn't great. We'll probably need a library or maybe some expert help.
Dude, you rolled a D2.
Oh. Hey, I got max.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Nat 2.
How much?
Shit.
That's 50% better.
Yeah.
That's a nat 3, man.
So it's complicated. With those 2 checks, you're not quite sure these documents. It's a lot of weird tracing. One thing's for sure, Lucrezia Adela gave birth to the last Adela in around 4497 AR. A couple hundred years ago at this point. About 150 years, I believe. And that was the illegitimate son of a nobleman and the soon-to-be Grand Prince, Mikau the First. Now, Mikau the First adopted him in secret and named him Stavian the First, and in the process created this like modern Stavian line. But what that means is that, like, even with the overturning of primogeniture, which, like, allowed females to be rulers, it's still supposed to be a bloodline. And this is not a bloodline. This is, like, an adopted kid he took from a family that was supposed to be, like, stricken of their noble titles and erased from history. So technically, they're like, is no legitimate current ruler. You know what I mean? Like, Grand Prince Mikau the First didn't have any other kids. His only kid was the, like, illegitimate Stavian the First.
It's time that I told you a great secret about my past.
Sure.
My great-great-grandmother was the daughter of... No, I'm just kidding.
It is me, Grand Prince Mikau the Seventh.
I do not want any of this shit.
Are you guys trying to, like, obfuscate? Like, I've been saying that word a lot tonight. It's fucking word of the day. Are you trying to, like, hide that you guys are reading these files? Because he's, like, tied up in the corner, so he can't see them all.
No, not really. He can assume what he wants to assume.
Fair enough. He just kind of, like, tracks you guys with his eyes as he watches through. Alright. With these kind of damning evidence coming to light, what are you guys doing next?
We're going to check out the other room.
Yeah. Other room time, baby.
Alright, so I'm gonna pop open the lighting blocks there, and the other door is actually unlocked on the opposite side as well. Okay, so first room. This one right here. This appears to be like kind of a backup chapel. There's like holy symbols of like Abadar, Eridan, Caden Kalian, Shaylin, even Norgorber. This is like the Taldan pantheon. But apart from it as like a center of worship, that seems to be all that's in here. However,
All right.
you can already tell through this open door over here, which must have been where Pytharius came from, that appears to be his personal chambers, judging by the elaborate furniture you can even see from the outside.
Where do the stairs go?
The stairs down here, they go to a different part. They go to the area 28, so that's back down to the third floor, to a part that you haven't been to yet.
Okay.
Because you guys kind of went like this roundabout path through the walls. Okay, but back to the room. There's a statue of a knight astride a great stallion. There's like marble busts of ancient generals staring down across this extravagant room. A large four-poster bed at the north end of the chamber looks relatively untouched, and books and other items sitting on the shelves are arranged like meticulously, almost like OCD levels. Go ahead and give me a perception check as you look around the room.
Who would want all this staring at them while they're in bed?
A king.
An exhibitionist.
When you guys do that perception check, one of the busts is on a rotating plinth. And if you turn it, there is something mounted behind it on a stand.
And what's there?
As you turn it, you see a beautiful like, mahogany display holding this bejeweled rod. Give me either a knowledge arcana or a knowledge history check. Alright, 35. Alright. At first glance, this appears to be a rod of lordly might, which is a magic item, but you realize it is more than that. This is the Primogen rod. It is the symbol of the Grand Prince's office and rulership, It's been a while since it was used, but those who hold it are recognized by the citizens of Taldor as like a ruler of the country. This is a relic. It, however, already has all of its triumphs filled by Pythares. It can do a whole bunch of stuff, so I'm going to show you guys its information. It can do, like, spell things. It can heal. It can be, like, a +2 mace, a flaming longsword, a battle axe, a spear, a long spear, depending on what buttons you press.
Okay.
That's the thing, all right.
Pull, like, all sorts of crazy shit. But yes, this is the Primogen Rod, symbol of leadership.
Oh, that's useful. Has Pythares been known to display it at all?
It seems like he was readying it for, like, his final claim to the throne.
Ah.
It looks like he's been, you can tell from the magic coursing through that Arcana check, he's, like, been using it, which is how it's, like, gotten these triumphs, and is, like, powered back up to its original status when, like, one of the earlier emperors first made it. But you haven't really, like, heard about him using it yet. So he must have been, like, saving it to make a move.
Alright. Well, that sounds good. Okay, so we've exhausted his private chambers. The normal entrance is through the stairs, and then there's a secret door back into the other area. Is that correct?
Yes, but before we go, one last thing besides the crazy magic item you saw. In his desks and papers, there is something that is below the level of Pythares. It is like a list making sure someone is, like, getting fed regularly.
Ah.
It's like, oh, like, this person needs a change of bedclothes. They need, like, a meal this time of day. Just, like, very, like, stuff that, like, the servants should be doing. But he has the list for some reason.
Like maybe an important prisoner.
Well, whoever... if it is a prisoner, it's someone who is not on this floor.
Okay.
Does it say where they are?
I'm gonna say you could make a linguistics check to try to, like, or I would say an engineering check to try to, like, oh, they need to go to this kitchen or this place to feed it. Okay. I think with a 33, Phineas, you would kind of, like, you know, go through the forms, like, okay. It's on the 3rd floor of the keep, but you're probably not going to be able to get to it from the stairs that go down the 3rd floor where you guys are. It's kind of like how there was this wall between, like, a side staircase and the vault. And the vault had a secret door, but probably not all of them have that. So, presumably, you'd have to go back down to a lower floor to then get up to one of the towers, because this person is in a tower.
Okay.
Is it a damsel in distress, huh?
Could be.
Possibly. We should probably check out the Diviner's Tower. I didn't see anything there, but I only had a quick moment.
Good plan.
To the other place.
I would say just you guys would pretty quickly be able to see with a perception check that she kept all of her stuff on her. Like, all those valuable magic items she had, like the scrolls, staff, belt. Like, the rest of this is just books.
Alright. Well, back to Master Pythares.
She kind of eyes you from the corner.
So, due to your heinous deeds, I wanted to kill you. But certain elements in the country believe that you might show some ability to be reformed. And in deference to their opinion, we have spared you. What do you say? Shall we just kill you and be done with it?
He kind of just like eyes you and just shakes his head.
Shakes his head dismissively, or please don't kill me, or...
He's like, in response, like, should we just kill you? He's like, no, I don't want to know.
Now I understand you might think that you have the best interest in Taldor at heart, and hopefully that's true, rather than a desire for ambition and personal glory. But the fact that you're trying to start a war would give counter evidence to that. What was your plan?
Do you take the thing off of him? The gag?
Yeah.
My plan was simple. I did enough false flag operations that we would be drawn into a war with Cadria. In times of war, who would the people turn to lead them? A competent general or an aristocrat? A woman who has spent no time commanding forces of any size.
Well, obviously, you would be the best choice in that instance. But the pain, suffering, the cost of infrastructure, the cost of supplies, famine, disease would be very high. Is it worth it?
To keep this country on the right path, I'd say almost anything's worth it.
And what path is that?
Kind of shakes his head, and he's just like, your naivete betrays you. Taldor's legacy is one of strength and power. I did what I must to ensure that we are still seen that way. Do you think our enemies across the Inner Sea wouldn't run rampant over Princess Eutropia's monarchy? No. We needed a strong leader to keep this political machine on its wheels.
I give him a nod that I'm considering what he's saying. And I ask him, could you ever accept a subordinate position as the leader of only armies, not the leader of the nation?
I doubt it would ever come to that at this point.
Why is that?
Who told you to keep me alive?
What's the name of that group?
The Lion Blades.
Yeah.
The Lion Blades requested.
Kind of like looks down at the ground, nods. Well, it is disheartening to know the Lion Blades would take a side in a bid for the throne. I suppose it cannot be helped. The fact remains, I have been beaten. I will go into custody. I am sure there will be a trial. And I will accept what punishment befits me. But I would have you consider... Be wary of Eutropia. You clearly think highly of her to support her as much as you have. If my agents and my diviner kind of looks over the dead body and grimaces are to be believed, your group is exceptionally competent. Just make sure you are not blinded by loyalty.
I turn on Zone of Truth and I ask, so did Stavian actually adopt you, or was that just a ruse? DC 22.
That's beatable.
You feel that you can tell that he has failed the save. Like, you feel the spell wash over him. I did not lie. Stavian adopted me as his heir. Give me a sense motive check. Okay. That was the truth. The spell is affecting him. He is definitely playing that, like, elven game of, like, half-truths, you know? Like, he is telling the truth. He's clearly hiding something, though, about that statement.
Like, he may have forced him to do it?
I would say you're not sure exactly what, but you can tell that there's more to that adoption than what he's talking about.
So, what else happened with that adoption? Because I have a feeling there's more to it than that. It's not that simple.
Why should I tell you? You've already captured me.
Because right now we're having a conversation, and instead of a conversation, I could just have my Gishvit get it out of you when I stroke the spine of my book.
It like growls a little bit and like flexes. He did make me his heir. That being said, it wasn't until about a month into the war for the crown that he made me his heir.
I see. Well, timing is everything.
You guys will know the massacre happened before the war for the crown.
Yeah. Got it. So he claimed it ahead of time, but it only happened afterwards. Wait, Stavian, wasn't he stabbed at that event?
Yeah, he was.
That's what it looked like.
Mm.
But for him to have been adopted that far into the war, Stavian would have had to do it after you saw him get stabbed.
Is Stavian still alive?
He nods.
Is he the one that you're personally looking after in these ledgers?
He is.
Well, we had best go talk with him.
I don't know what your loyalties are to him, but Stavian III should not be allowed to return. I don't care if he is still emperor. He's insane.
Oh, yeah.
100%.
We got that.
Well, I can't say that I necessarily disagree with you, but we better see him and come to our own conclusion. Can you tell the remainder of your guards and those in the fortress to stand down?
If you take me with you, show me in your possession, I will tell them to stand down.
All right. And sense motive, he's being legit.
Yeah.
He's in his own truth.
He's still got a spell on you.
Yeah, there's not much way he could have phrased that in a weird way to like make it not true. That's the truth.
All right. So let's go and check in on the Emperor.
All right. So first of all, as you guys kind of like march him tied up in front of you through this area, like through the fort, he like waves his hand. He kind of got his hands like tied in front of him, so he can't like do anything. Kind of like waves them down, like it's over. So first of all, for dismantling him and the core of his political machine, everyone gets a story award of 76,800 XP.
All right.
Level 14.
And I'm going to let me gather you guys up real quick.
Sorry, 76,814?
Just 800. I put it in the roll 20.
Oh, all right.
Where's Valorous? There he is. So you guys go back up This is the tower that's like directly next to the bridge, like the drawbridge.
Yeah, this is the locked door that we skipped.
Who is it? Who's here? I hear you out there. You can tell his voice is like raspy. It doesn't sound noble anymore.
We've just come to check in on you, see about your care.
The Pytharius has one of the keys to it, so you can just take it from him. We pop open the door. Unlike the royal garb you guys saw him in the first book, this is the now deposed Grand Prince Stavian III.
Okay.
Stavian.
Are you well? What do you call the Emperor? Your Imperial Majesty?
The Grand Prince.
Are you well, Grand Prince?
Majesty works as well. You're all against me. You! He, like, points at Pytharius. Everyone was against me. I was right. Like, he's like spittle like flying out of his mouth as he just like yells about this. Let me out. I'm the Emperor. I'm the rightful Emperor, not you or my bitch of a daughter.
Alright, so I've got... my magic headband knows a lot about healing.
Okay.
So I want to see what I can figure out with its aid. My plus is 24. No, that's not accurate. That's better.
There we go. Okay. Wait, what was the roll for? The 33?
Healing check.
Oh, healing check? I mean, he's fully settled into dementia at this point.
Okay, so nothing magically done, just...
Maybe like a lesser wish or like a miracle would restore him.
Mm-hmm.
It would have to be pretty powerful. His mind's pretty far gone at this point.
Okay, I can cast with Lesser Wish in the next level, so...
Yeah, but I'm not sure that we want him back.
That's true. Was he a bad Grand Prince before he went a little cuckoo?
Oh, I mean, he's not great. He's a really shit ruler. Like a very brutal regime. And in his later years, just like incredibly paranoid.
We still have Pytharis' dagger.
Yeah.
Oh, the one from like when they killed that teacher?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, I drive it into his heart.
Dude.
He like with this like fanatical strength like grabs your wrist and like as he is like fading away he's like, none of you will be half the Emperor I was. And he just like goes fighting into that night.
I just stare at Phineas in shock.
He had a debt to pay.
Everyone gets 2,400 XP. Not a lot.
Yeah, he was like a dementia-ridden old man. Of course he isn't worth much XP.
It's a lot of XP for a dementia-ridden old man, actually.
Yeah.
I think they still have class levels, I suppose.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm saying we go to the old folks' home and we level up again.
You know what? They probably have a bunch of children, like a primary school or something, too.
Mm-hmm. I mean, one fireball, we could get a lot of XP.
It makes sense. The older they are, the more they've experienced, the more experience they have to give to us.
Yeah.
All right. Well, what's your plan now?
Well, I mean, of course, he'll need a funeral. He was Grand Prince.
Like, I assume you're gonna turn me over to Miss Solar. It's the kind of the Lion Blades.
Any reason why we shouldn't?
Shakes his head.
All right. Well, trusting a bit on the reputation of the Lion Blades, but yeah, we'll turn him over.
Just remember, Ben, divinations can't find out about me.
Fair. Cannot indeed find out about you. So do you guys like contact her to meet her outside the city or something?
Yeah. Anything else noteworthy throughout the rest of the place?
Not that he's volunteering. You think you've got like the best stuff? Like maybe some of his soldiers might have like some magic items left, but like without going through and just killing a bunch of his troops, like not a lot.
for no good reason.
Yeah, for like no reason.
All right.
That's a little bit different than what you were talking about upstairs. Upstairs, you're like, bring them along.
Yeah.
Well,
Let
that
them
was
die for their false emperor.
if he wanted them to. I mean, you know.
Fair enough.
All right. Well, yeah. So,
Well,
I'm gonna let Phineas deal with the Emperor's death.
Yeah.
do you take his body
right.
with you as well?
Yeah.
Stick it in the bag of holding.
I'll put a shroud around him and
Holy fuck.
stick him in the bag of holding.
So you guys run into Zanlar again outside of the city. Contact her with the wand of sending. She sees you like marching him towards you, tied up, or you guys marching Pytharis tied up. She nods her head in appreciation. I am glad you were able to take him alive. I know it was a big ask.
Yes, after all he's done, I hope that your intentions with him are good.
He will receive a fair trial. Likely not until this whole war has settled down, although hopefully Eutropia's claim is pretty much secure at this point. Listen, I want to thank you all again, and here I brought something for our vaults for you, and Lourdes dropped a magic item for you guys in the chat. Anyone want to roll? Who wants to roll?
Sure, I'll roll.
Okay,
Just wondrous.
just one.
Thank you for the item.
That's a 12.
Oh, you gotta love Slotless. That's my favorite.
Yeah.
All right, give me a.
All right.
What level?
31.
Just hit. What are you guys at now?
We are 14.
14. Okay, so that's gonna be between two tables here. Where did my other D10 go? To vanish. Here we go. Okay. You got 31?
Correct.
All right. Go ahead and as she hands you a strange like blue crystal, go ahead and give me a spellcraft check.
That's a 30.
All right. You would identify this as a luck stone or a stone of good luck. This jewel grants its possessor a +1 luck bonus on all saving throws, ability checks, and skill checks, which should stack with most everything.
But we already have one, so.
Right, but your mom and Valeros don't have those.
There you go.
That's very cool. Oh, I'll give it to Valeros.
Oh, very kind.
Seraph's is already pretty good at what she does. She doesn't need much more, so.
You see she, like, snaps her fingers, and, like, out of the trees, like, a few more lion blades, like, fade out, and, like, take possession of the prisoner. Well, where will you go now?
Well, if the war for the crown's over, probably back home.
The Palace of Birdsong.
Yeah.
That's good. I suppose you should report to Martella and Eutropia. Galatas, I spoke with Eutropia before, and she spoke very highly of how you have helped your county. She was quite impressed.
Well, thank you. I do my best.
Well, is there anything else that you found out?
What should we reveal?
Up to you.
Well, I don't think we should tell her about, the family thing.
Mm-hmm.
And she knows about the other crimes already. Did we really find out anything from here that we want to tell her?
There's a third party that's also been mucking things over.
Oh, yeah. We should tell her about that. We've encountered a lot of planar creatures from the planes of law.
That's true. I think you briefly mentioned her ascending spell. You had heard something about the Immaculate Circle.
Right.
We've been trying to research them more, but we've drawn mostly a blank. And for any kind of organization to keep off the Lion Blades radar it's quite difficult.
Mm-hmm.
But surely was Pytharius their play?
They wanted him to take power and then planned to topple him.
He was a strong man.
She frowns. So...
We'll show her the letter, and then she'll know as much as we do.
Okay, she looks through the letter from Milan Jaroth, who was the whole immortally loyal Milan Jaroth. It says it will only take the greatest shove to topple him once he's victorious. But why go through all the trouble of supporting him behind the scenes only to kill him off after?
Exactly.
Chaos creates opportunities.
But are these people chaotic, even?
No, but they're the kind that would impose order among chaos.
This is quite worrying. Hopefully, Princess Eutropia remains safe. Perhaps, yes, when you return to the palace, just protect her for the next few weeks, perhaps. I think I mentioned that you guys have 3 weeks of downtime between books to craft or do whatever other things you would like. Well, I can't begin to thank you enough. You've done this country a great service, and I doubt anyone will truly appreciate how much you have done. But thank you.
Well, it's not over yet. There's no time to rest and relax, really. So I hope you and your organization keep on your toes and help maintain the stability of the Empire.
Of course. I would dream of nothing less. She holds out her hand to give you a shake.
And of course, we respond in kind.
Yes.
One other thing that I'm going to do.
Yep.
Who's the most good servant of Abadar that I know of?
Most good servant of Abadar. Do you mean like one of her servitors, or one of his servitors, or like a mortal?
Oh no, a priest, or a human in the Empire here.
Ah, okay. I would say. I would say from your time in Book 2 in the county of Meret, you guys ran into... Where's her? Archbanker Lady Parm.
Yeah.
She was the one that was like the ruler, or not the ruler, but like the head of the Abadar Church in Lothadar.
Okay. Well, good enough. We're going to do a sending and tell her about the opening in this new city.
Right. She responds like, "Thank you, tribunes. I will send someone as soon as possible, one of my higher-ranking priests. I had heard of the Order of the Vault and Chain, but I had not dreamed they would stoop so low. We will ensure that Abadar's vision is rendered once more upon the city."
Good. It was very disconcerting to see how this order behaved.
Rest assured it will not happen again.
Walk in Abadar's light, Archbanker.
You as well. Alright. So, you guys spend the time heading back to the Palace of Birdsong. Just such a beautiful place.
I can get us there the next day with teleport.
Alright, take us there with teleport. So you guys have 3... Sorry, go ahead.
Now that I'm level 14, I have non-detection and an extend spell rod. So I'm going to cast that every day on myself.
Fair enough.
Just so that, if you've got some diviners working behind the scenes or whatever.
Oh, yeah, and since I now have an Robe of the Archmage, I have spell resistance, so if that counts for scrying or anything, they need to make a check.
Alright. Give me 1 second.
I don't know, if we get enough money, we might want to all take on the Mind Blank thing.
Yeah. How much does permanency with Mind Blink cost?
60 grand.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like definitely...
That's pretty small p, to be honest. Just one money to get it on the main 3 party members right now.
Right, here's our start.
Also, this guy looks super cool. I like him.
He's a bamf. Alright. You guys teleport back. Your downtime begins. However, the good times are short-lived. It seems that Pytharius, his agents and information brokers, when he fell, decided that if he was going to fall, so would Eutropia. And unfortunately, they have published another copy of the papers that you guys took.
Ah.
Mm-hmm.
The country is in turmoil. And over these weeks, you guys kind of continue, getting your stuff ready. But the map of succession loyalties that she has up in, like, the war room of the Palace of Birdsong that Martella often shows you guys is fragmented. Every noble worth a damn is trying to claim the throne as their own now, realizing that there is, in fact, no legitimate heir. So even places that you guys held a lot of sway over, especially these areas and farther north, have been split. There's a Count Vort, Lady Corsina, Tiburon, all of these different people are trying to claim the throne.
And the city we were just in,
The city
where's that?
just in is remaining loyal to Eutropia.
Okay. Darn well better be, because we know how to get into that fort now.
Yeah.
But as all this craziness goes down,
hang on.
to...
Before we continue too much, I want to make time to have a heart-to-heart with Princess Eutropia.
Yes.
And get her take on this whole she's not the rightful heir sort of thing.
Okay, give me one moment. Alright, so we got our exceedingly fashionable Princess Eutropia. Come in. I hear you standing out there in the hall.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
You see she's kind of just like hands behind, like clasped behind her back, like looking at this map with like multicolored pins in it of like what politicians are loyal to who, like trying to figure out what the fuck's gonna happen.
I wanted to ask, what does this change for you?
She like deeply inhales for a second. I will admit I did not see this coming. The Adela line is rightfully reviled within our great nation. To learn that our line is one and the same is disheartening. Some of my followers have given up on me, frankly. They don't wish to support anyone who could have been from Lucrezia Adela's line.
And some of them have obviously decided that they are more worthy.
Yes, everyone worth their salt, even if it's just a pinch of it, is attempting to take control of the country. What do I think about it? I think that I am perhaps not the rightful ruler I once believed, but I have to think that I am still the right ruler for the country. Taldor is stagnating. The other countries, the Andorrans, even the Varisians, they take steps forward and leave us in their dust. We are drowning in tradition. I know you can see that.
Yeah, I nod. I can see that.
So he takes a step back, puts her hand on your shoulder, kind of looks you in the eyes, looking from like left eye to right eye. We have to move forward, Countess. We have to make this country a better place. And over the next few weeks, I'll work with you all, I'll work with Martella, and we'll find a way to do that. I am sure there is still a path to the throne. And I would hope that I still have the support of your friends, the other tribunes, and you.
What would you do if another leader rallies the majority of lords and the populace to their side? Would you split the country in a vain hope of taking the throne yourself?
She like looks down at the ground. That depends, I suppose. I've been fighting so hard for this, but if another ruler, a competent one whose beliefs held with my own, if need be, yes, I would back their claim. We are but servants of Taldor. The Empire often forgets that these emperors are still servants of the people. At least we should be.
All right, so just, double checking. Want to do a sense motive. I don't have my character sheet or all my spells on there.
Sure, go for a...
So I don't know exactly my bonuses, but I'm thinking it's probably...
she seems... She's telling the truth. You think that it's, like, not necessarily, like, what she would want? Like, you think she does want to be, like, the first female grand princess of this nation. She's worked hard for her whole life, despite primogeniture, despite her father hounding her at every corner, despite the death of her brother. But at the end of the day, she does just want people to be better in this country.
Then I say to it, well, Princess, then I think we had best make sure that we are the ones who gather the majority to our banner.
He smiles and squeezes your shoulder. It's good to have you on my side.
Of course.
And with that, it's time to take a somber turn. That wraps up our book 4, our banner, that wraps up book 4, A City in the Lion's Eye. And next, we are about to step into book 5, The Reaper's Right Hand. I'll pop us back to the little title page. Boop.
His armor is just so cool. I love it so much.
Rad.
I can't wait to kill him and steal it.
Maybe he's a good guy and he'll join us.
I doubt it by the purpley look in his eyes, but
He's
if
glowing menacingly, it's fine.
Yeah.
Everything's
if he is a good boy, I think he might be a construct. But if he is a good boy, I'd love us from him.
You know, purple is an imperial color.
It is, and he's got a lot of gold on him as well.
Yep.
All right. I'm gonna say, we're about to take our first break in like 20 minutes. You guys want to take a quick 5-minute break now, like right before we hit the intro to book 5?
I've got a couple of things to do. Can we take 10?
Yeah, we can take 10. You guys can, if anyone needs, wants other stuff to do during their downtime, if they can't think of anything, definitely check out those like downtime rules, like if you want to train to get more health or like retrain a feat, like that kind of thing. All right, I'm gonna run an ad for people in chat or for in the stream.
I know that you can retrain feats, but can you retrain traits?
Traits are the one thing you can't retrain, I'm pretty sure, because that's like how you were raised.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Just wondering about spell specialization and stuff like that.
Well, we couldn't do some psychoanalysis with Blaze. So
All right, so starting book 5, I pick up Mage's Decree, which lets me broadcast a message.
Okay. Oh yeah. I remember this now. All right, what are you broadcasting?
Messages of support for Princess Eutropia and reform in Taldor and progress into the new century and the rights of man.
All that good shit. Go ahead.
In 25 words or less each time.
Okay, I was gonna say how much. Yeah, how much do you get? Do you remember this? All right. That'll probably come into effect a little bit later in this book, but go ahead and I would say. So I looked over and saw electricity because I thought it was gonna be the same spell you just described, but it was lightning arc. I was like, what the fuck?
Sorry, I'm testing a macro to see if it works.
It's like,
There's my first
electricity frying the people. Okay.
My first message.
Supreme executive power derives from mandate from the masses. Rulers cannot rule. All right, yeah. People are like, where's this voice coming from? But interesting.
Oh, when I broadcast to everybody, I'm skipping people who are sleeping or having sex. Everybody else gets the message.
How kind.
Yep.
Can you like specifically mandate that, or do you just have to know?
Yeah, I can.
I think he's.
Here.
I don't think he's like omniscient. I know. My new level grants me the knowledge to know whenever anyone in Taldor has sex.
Well, what it says what it says is you can it targets every creature with an intelligence score of 3 or greater, but at your discretion you can choose to restrict this spell to certain creatures, causing it either to deliver its message meeting a certain criteria or failing to meet that criteria. The criteria must be something objective and observable.
So either they are sleeping or they are having sex.
And or they get the message.
Wait. Are you just Santa? Is Galatus just Santa? He knows when they're sleeping, he knows when they're awake.
The thing is the info doesn't pass back to me, so I don't know. Whatever magic delivers the message knows.
Fair enough. The ambient knowledge of this magic.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, well, after 3 weeks of the country really going to shit real quick, it is time for you guys to be summoned once again from your home in Rhett County to the Palace of Birdsong as your spy master. Although, really, you guys are almost equal spy masters now with her at this point, considering her level. Lady Martella Lothede sends you guys a note. It's like, hey, you should come over. We're trying to like figure out a way. We think we might have a way for Princess Eutropia to have a legitimate claim to the throne again.
Ooh, score.
Before we do that, did we want to do our 3 weeks of downtime stuff?
Yes. What stuff do you guys? Sorry, I thought you guys were grabbing some of that during the 10 minutes. What other stuff do you guys want to? What did you guys do during your downtime?
So I completed that headband that you wanted, Galatus.
Okay, headband.
Oh, yeah.
To start. I wanted to work on my focusing lens. You said it would take 3 weeks, but I have the tools that decreases that in half.
Yes. Okay. So the focusing lens to like direct worship from the Whispering King into you, kind of in that same vein that the wizard was trying to do with the prince.
Yes.
All right, Prince Carius. Okay. Still crafting. So you would make I believe, either a spellcraft check. Yeah, spellcraft check to work towards it.
Yeah. So I'll use Hermian potential for each check, so I can twice click higher.
Okay. I think you need 3 successful checks. Oh, holy fuck! Holy fuck!
Well, I'm not going to waste Hermian potential on the first 2.
Yeah. Good God.
So 44, 44, 34.
Those would be successes. So you have this lens. It's not like immediately going to make you immortal or anything. I would say for now. Let's see. So I would say from your god's like domains, you would be now receiving some of like the powers that people are like whispering to you. Go ahead and like deific obedience. You can take the first level of boons.
Sweet.
I know every god has different boons, but you
Okay.
get the first tier of those.
And then since I don't sleep, I wanted to Alexander Hamilton it, and I wanted to write a bunch of pamphlets about a new form of government.
Fucking Federalist Papers, but for Taldor.
Yes.
All right, fair. Give me while you're crafting this insane shit, go ahead and give me a linguistics check to make some Federalist Papers.
And I'll use Hermian Potential on the Federalist Papers. So 45.
Yeah. Oh yeah. People are like, you see people in the streets of like even the major cities like reading these papers about like, oh, like maybe we shouldn't have these crazy old traditions. Like maybe Eutropia is right. Look, like the people should have more influence. It all makes sense now. Alright. And is there anything else anyone wanted to do during their downtime? Like retraining, resting, practicing a trade for money?
Yeah, I would like to retrain a feat.
So much proof. Okay, let's see. Retraining. So technically you have to find someone who has... What feat is it that you want instead? Because you would find someone who has the feat, but likely...
I want to change my spell specialization from Fireball to a different spell.
Oh, yeah. You would be able to find some of Princess Eutropia's, like, on-staff casters that would for sure know how to do that.
Wunderbar. Alright, so I'm going to change my specialization from Fireball to Disintegrate.
Yes, and I don't think... Yeah, there's no check. Basically, it requires you have to spend at least 5 days with a character that has the feat you want. And as long as... Was the old feat, like, a prereq for anything else?
It is not.
Okay, yeah. If it's, like, a prereq for something else, you have to figure out a way to, like, fix that. But you should be good with just that change. And Phineas, were you doing anything else during that time?
No, just some crafting things.
Okay. If you have any spare days, you can also do the hit point one. Is always a good one.
Oh, actually, I need to retrain another feat.
Okay, well, you have 3 weeks, so 10 days should be fine. What was the other feat?
Cool.
Unless it's something...
I'm retraining Persuasive to spell focus transmutation because I forgot that I don't have that for it yet.
Yeah, she would have some transmuters on staff for sure.
Cool.
Yeah, hit points if you spend 3 days at a martial academy, like a monastery or something. You guys would be able to train with her armed forces. You can increase your hit points by 1 for those 3 days. But you can't go over, like, whatever your possible max is. If that makes sense. Like, if you gained enough hit points that it would have been like, oh, I rolled 8 on all my d8s for hit dice, like, then you can't go higher than that. But yeah, if you end up with, like, days that aren't crafting or things like that, that's usually how
I just realized
time is like, oh, 3 days is a hit point.
Yeah, I'm not doing any of that. I'm strategizing with the princess.
Fair enough.
I don't think I actually went back to Marat County. I was going to stay in the Palace of Birdsong.
Ooh, okay.
I just realized because I have spell focus transmutation, my Baleful Polymorph now has a higher DC as well.
Holy fuck. Okay. So, you guys do all that stuff during the 3 weeks. You're prepping, kind of like games. You know, you're brainstorming with the Princess Eutropia. The rest of you, like, you know, honing your skills, crafting, getting ready for whatever needs doing to ensure Eutropia takes the throne. On your way into the palace, you're trying to, like, you're going back up to Eutropia's office where you guys met last time with that lovely cute dog that you met. Upon ascending the stairs, however, toward Princess Eutropia's office, you see a lean young man is lost in a book and chomping absent-mindedly at an apple. He doesn't seem to notice you approaching for several seconds, then suddenly sits up with a start, sets the book aside, choking down a mouthful of fruits, jumps to his feet, wiping his hand off on his trousers of the apple juice before offering it to Shake. I remember you, don't I? You're my sister's friends. Is a few awkward moments. His eyes light up. No.
Is he?
I remember you. You're the ones who saved me in Yanmas. I'm sorry for the trouble I caused you. I'm not sure we formally met. I'm Prince Carius II, second born of Stavian III, brother to the Grand Princess Eutropia. It's a bit awkward to say, isn't it? I usually just think of her as Yudi, my annoying older sister. But yeah, anyway, thanks for rescuing me.
Of course, Galatus Talon and my companion Valros.
It's a pleasure to meet you again. I'm glad that all the assassination attempts failed.
Yes, and the drugs are out of the system. That's good.
That is very
doing much better.
Drugs are generally pretty bad, so
I mean, all things considering, I've been dead for 20 years, but, I feel pretty good.
So, how old would that make you? I know you've been dead for 20 years and your body hasn't aged up, but how old are you?
I don't really know. Well, I don't really remember anything about being dead. I remember being dead like the feeling of a breeze on a hot day and the smell of leaves in the air, but coming back, I don't remember any of it, and I don't feel 20 years older.
Do you remember not wanting to be resurrected? Because they did try.
He kind of frowns, and he's like, no, but I was just following the circle back to the beginning. And you guys know that's verbatim the exact same thing he said to you guys when he was on drugs.
Okay. Yeah, so sense motive.
Okay.
Oh, you can't get better than that. At least I can't, currently.
Oh yeah, Phineas totally wanted the assassination attempts to work.
Galatus, you think he's just a confused young guy. I mean, he's 16, 17, even though he's, it's been 20 years since he's died. He's still pretty much that age, technically. He seems kind of lost. And anytime the conversation kind of circles back to, being dead or coming back or, what happened when you were dead? How did you die? He's kind of just, a bit at a loss. Doesn't seem to be giving off any sinister vibes or anything. He's just kind of confused.
We're a person short. Does he want to join us?
Do you want me to be
No, I'm just kidding.
He's like, oh, thank God.
I can make you into a dragon so you could help us.
I was like, I'm good. I don't even really want the crown. Dad and I used to argue about it a lot, but I think Eutropia's made good, and she's grown up a lot since we were kids. She deserves the crown, not me.
Oh yeah. By the way,
Does that sound genuine?
I'm going to whisper over to Phineas. Should we tell him that his dad has died twice now?
Oh, dude, just leave it.
No, I don't think that'd be appropriate.
Okay.
Do you guys ask me anything else before kind of continuing on to the office?
I don't have anything.
Have you had any more visits from psychopomps?
Not that I've seen, but one of my cousins gave me part of my inheritance, I guess, but I don't really want it. If you guys could use it on your adventure, please take it. And Drow rolled another random item. Blaze, you had your turn. Galatus, what do you think? What do you want to roll for?
Wait, didn't he do one last session? So it would be
I did. Probably Phineas.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Weapons and armor.
Ooh, weapons and armor. All right.
Nice.
Go
Roll
ahead and give me a
D2.
D2 and then a D100. All right, that's gonna be magic weapons. Ooh, 98.
Oh, that's chunky.
That is not bad.
Can't wait to get a great sword that none of us can use.
Let's see.
Yeah, when you're recruiting a new player, tell them we have a relic longsword that no one's using.
Yeah.
Okay, holy fuck, I don't even know what that does.
And also a relic crossbow.
All these specific weapons are wild. Okay, so once my Google Chrome wants to load, you find a short sword in your grasp.
Woohoo. That can be used by finesse weapons, right?
I believe so, yes. And he says, apparently one of my ancestors wielded this in battle. I don't know much about it, but he called it the Cutthroat's Apprentice. It's a dancing longsword that leaps to the hand at the slightest touch. You can draw it as a free action. Just pull it out. You guys know that when it dances for 8 rounds instead of 4. But it can only dance twice per day. When dancing an attacking creature, it moves into the target space and provides the person who activated it, but no other creatures, flanking during his turn as if he had attacked the same target in melee. Once the sword's activator completes its turn, the sword moves back to her space. If directed to attack multiple creatures in the same turn, the apprentice provides a flank against only the last creature attacked.
That's pretty good for Galatis and Valeros.
A dancing sword.
Because dancing doesn't require you to be wielding it, technically, right?
As a standard action, a dancing weapon, you can loose it to attack like by itself.
But because this is like a special thing, it's for a free action, right?
You can draw it as a free action because it's like so eager to fight. However, normally a dance weapon only lasts 4 rounds. This basically can attack by itself with your BAB for 8 rounds.
Pretty pog.
Hell yeah. Love a good dancing sword. Alright. He's like, well, it was good talking to you. I hope to see you soon. If you ever want to, I'd love to hear about your adventure sometime, but for now, go on up to our office. Alright. As you guys enter the building, as you enter her office, you kind of get led to the side into a rarely used meeting room, painted with like green walls and some silver griffins. It's occupied only by a custodian, like a janitor, polishing a candelabra. As the door is shut behind you, Martella dismisses her custodian disguise and stands before you and casts a zone of silence. Well, if it isn't my favorite spy masters, how are all of you?
Doing well.
Doing pretty good. I learned how to do this really well, or to use disintegrate really well. So that's pretty nice.
Here's Martella, for those who haven't seen her in a while. It's a very powerful spell. I'm glad your lessons are coming along nicely.
So what's going to happen to Pytharis?
She shrugs. For now, we have bigger fish to fry. I'm sure that the Lion Blades will keep him in check, and we'll have a trial when the time is right. Although Princess Eutropia wishes to recuse herself from it. She believes she is too personally biased. You know, the prince seems to like you all. He's been a bit skittish since his return, but it's nice to see him opening up to someone besides Eutropia. She, as she kind of like waves her finger, she opens the door, and a maid steps forward. However, as she steps forward, the maid pulls off that little white cap that they wear, and reveals an elegant but functional dress, and her weathered face kind of turns into a visage of delicate features and careful makeup. You all may recall my guest from the Exaltation Gala. But, if not, please allow me to reintroduce you to the Lady Gloriana Morilla, member in good standing of the Pathfinder Society and a lover of the dramatic. And you guys did indeed positively influence, in book 1, Lady Gloriana. And
Granted, the character that did it is dead, but
fair enough.
A pleasure.
This is her.
very nice to meet you.
Good to see you again.
She inclines her head. Gloriana shoots Martella kind of a look of irritation about the, lover of the dramatic comment, but smiles, blows a wisp of hair out of her face. It's my pleasure to congratulate you on your many extraordinary deeds these last several months, but I am afraid my visit isn't merely a polite social call. The last few days have certainly been exciting, Martella remarks with chagrin. Gloriana continues, "Look, your work deposing Maxilar Pytharius was decisive, yet he was no fool. In the last decade, he had uncovered evidence that the entire Stavian line was born illegitimately, beginning with Stavian the First 200 years ago. Worse than that, you all know that their line seems to be descended from the long-lost Adela family, utterly hated for their indulgence, treachery, and violence. Pytharius' closest agents held this damning information in reserve, and now that their leader is undone, they have verified and published the documents. This discredits the entire family and delegitimizes Eutropia's claim based on her parentage. Now more contenders than ever are circling like vultures. We need a decisive sign. As I'm sure you all know, Taldor takes its name from its founding first emperor, Taldaris. His name is still uttered from the fields to the palaces. Although historical records of his policies are vague, it doesn't stop senators from claiming to act on his vision. In Taldor's past, the Grand Prince would call Taldaris' spirit for guidance. It was said that Taldaris' legendary Mantle of Kings would glow when donned by the Empire's rightful ruler. The first Emperor's blessing was practically sacred, and I believe it would be equally decisive today. Unfortunately, Martella chimes in, it's not as simple as it sounds. Indeed, Gloriana confirms, the dubious Grand Prince Euratamen II, worried that his rivals would use the mantle against him, had it reinterred in Taldaris' tomb, which he then ordered buried, and its location was scrubbed from the public record. Thankfully, my Pathfinder Society agents are excellent archivists. She picks up a leather folio from her bag and places it on the table. Together, we have pieced together the approximate location of the tomb of the first emperor, as well as the rudiments of the ritual to call upon his spirit to empower the Mantle of Kings. What we need now are capable operatives able to survey the area, locate the tomb, find the Mantle of Kings within, and contact the spirit of Taldaris to ask that he bless the garment. We need this, not just for Martella, but for Taldor. Martella chimes in again. If the mantle reappears and glows on her shoulders, it stands to prevent considerable bloodshed. Even if it does not select her, it will allow us a non-violent means to identifying a worthy heir without the need for blades. Martella kind of looks at Lady Gloriana, who nods like, yep, that's all I had. She's like, we would ask you to be those capable agents. Do you have any questions?
Okay, this is out of character, but, Galatus is thinking, really? Are you trying to get rid of me? Sending me off after this trinket? Oh well, at least, hopefully it'll be useful.
I'm sure it will be.
And we know 100% that this actually does work as, it detects who is, the next rightful heir, or whoever Taldaris thinks is the rightful heir. It's not just, you put it on and it glows?
It has not glowed for people in the past. It is real. It is an artifact of significant power.
So, what do I know about Taldaris' vision? Do I approve of his vision? Would I even want this person's, support of a particular candidate?
Give me a knowledge history check. This is like this is such ancient history. This point like 6,000 years old that a check is necessary to determine like what's fact and like what's legend about what he used to do. Okay. If legends are to be believed, Taldaris was like just a legendary hero. Back when he first started his journey, Opara, which is now the capital of Taldor, was then a city-state. Its leader in his last moments of life named Taldaris as his heir. Within only 12 years, he had united like all the city-states with a series of like insane battles, miraculous deeds, and had named himself the emperor of his newly united principalities of Taldaris, which would then become the Taldor Empire. Less is known about his policy, but you would know some things about the way that he acted. It seems like he depends on, and you'll see whether you approve of it or not, but for instance, one time he led his army to Casimir, but had them hold back, and he alone marched to the gates amid like arrows and siege weapons, and gave a speech so impassioned that like gave an impassioned speech to the entire city to evoke a united empire's grandeur that the city's grand prince advocated within the day.
Nice. I wonder if that's legit or if there was something else going on behind the scenes. Because I would totally like to be able to do that.
You would definitely, I mean, he's got this reputation of being, like, fair and, like, wanting the best for the Empire. Even, like, pardoning old enemies who then became allies. Like, the rumor of how... There's a lot of rumors how the Lion Blades got started, but from this check, you know, one of the rumors of how the Lion Blades got started was basically when he took over one of those city-states, the city sent, like, a ton of assassins to take him out, and he caught one and then projected his voice so magically that everyone in the city could hear it, and was just like, you know, don't do this. You don't need to do this. And all of the spies and assassins, like, begged his mercy, and he's like, okay, you guys can stay in Taldor, but you're going to be the Lion Blades and work for the benefit of the Empire.
I can totally do that, too. I just got that spell.
Fair enough. Yeah, it could very well have been the same spell.
Also, you could have assassins sent after you.
I think that's already happened. That happened, like, the very first session.
It happened. It has happened quite a lot.
But yeah, I mean, his policy seems to be, like, a united empire that is ruled fairly, is, like, the general vibe. How much of that is, like, you know, gilding history is up to you.
All right, I'm in.
Good. I'm glad. What about the rest of you? Do you have any questions about the tomb, the ritual, anything else?
Yeah, two questions. One, so we now know of its like location. Do we know if there's been any activity within it since its location has been rediscovered?
She says, well, we know its general location. It's near the hamlet of Breezy Creek, which is a name you guys haven't heard in a while, but that is where Calbio, the guy who was supposed to be lifted up on the grand day of exaltation to a aristocrat and then was stabbed by a crazy emperor, that's where he's from.
Oh yeah, the guy with the parents that are so rude they can't respond to a letter.
Has any like activity gone on there? Like any extra planar, any undead, any things like that?
Sorry, what's that? Sorry. Not that they have noticed.
And what is this ritual to contact him?
You say, look, the Pathfinders pieced together most of it, translated old references where they could. I do suspect, though, that there are some pieces you'll need to reinvent based on context. Look,
Wouldn't
most
just speak with dead work
on the
if he
spirit
has
of
his corpse?
Taldaris,
I mean, like, is Taldaris' corpse still there? I mean, I would hope it is because it's his tomb.
died thousands of years ago, but perhaps. I will say that most Taldan Imperial tombs boast considerable artwork. They might have clues for you. And, I mean, his tomb allegedly was a marvel of colored marble, travertine, alabaster. I would imagine it'd have quite detailed drawings. But if you are to locate it specifically, perhaps you could work with the local populace. Archaeology is what you're going to need here.
Fair enough.
Martella does step forward. He's like, listen, the tomb of the first emperor was and still is property of the Primogen crown, meaning whoever is the emperor or empress has full ownership of its contents. Now, let's assume that we are successful in our journey and Princess Eutropia takes the crown. She would likely want her agents to have useful tools at hand, at least until she consolidated her rule and perhaps could bequeath items to those she sees fit. But you may take magical items from the tomb, but be mindful that they belong to the crown, and please leave any decorative items or currency there.
Okay, what exactly counts as a decorative item?
If its main purpose appears to be decoration.
Yeah, she's like, that's a concerning question. I don't like that that's where your head went.
I mean, what if it's the best accent for my bathroom that I've been able to find in all of Talador?
I'm sure we could find other accents for your pretty.
I suppose.
Well, if you have no more questions, I would encourage you as soon as possible to depart for Piltzhaven. It's the farming community in the hamlet of Breezy Creek.
Where we shall be off.
Do you have any like pictures of it? We have teleport. We could just, you know.
A picture of Breezy Creek?
Yeah, like a painting or anything. Physical like site stuff for teleport helps with getting the location correct, so we don't like teleport in the river.
Makes sense. Ooh, also, I know I was gonna tell you before break. Sorry, this just occurred to me. You guys do get another triumph for taking out the Emperor, or not the Emperor.
Cool.
Good job.
You did not get a triumph for fucking stabbing an old man. Believe it or not.
Oh, I feel like that was a personal triumph.
Holy fuck.
All right, Envoy Ray maxed out.
Woohoo!
Hell yeah.
There's a thunderous sound of cats above me.
Yep, there's a herd of cats. Just two of them.
She's like, I have this art of the first emperor as a child. And she shows you this crazy, very like Hercules-esque painting of him with like lion friends strangling a cockatrice. Like,
Nice.
Is that helpful?
Sure.
Excellent. That's all I have. I don't have a picture of Breezy Creek.
You just carry around this picture with you, huh?
Look, it was part of the portfolio that I put on the table, alright? It was part of the research.
Okay. You do you.
Fine. All right. With that in mind.
Oh wait, I have scrying. I can just see it. Yeah. I'll scry it and then I'll cast teleport
I would
to.
say you can take enough time to teleport there for
Breezy
sure, with very little risk.
Sounds good. So do I still need to roll the D percentile or?
Yes, but you're at the very familiar stage.
Very familiar. Cool. Alright. Yeah, that I had no problem.
You're golden.
Cool. So I teleported there. Woohoo!
All right. So, as you all approach, sorry. As you all approach Breezy Creek, and the farming community of Piltshaven, you kind of teleport in. You see there's very limited infrastructure here. There's a few canals, warehouses of flax and grain that ship to Opara. But this area is kind of suffering. For a very long time, there was a vice count there that kind of oversaw things. But in recent times, he's kind of overcharged people with taxes. He's not very popular at this point. A lot of people were kind of hoping that Calbio would become this baron and would kind of take over the region because he was a farmer and I think he would treat them well. But as it stands, Viscount Avenlar employs a lot of the residents, doesn't pay them well, and is not very welcoming to outsiders. So that'd be information you guys would know on the way in. What do you think you guys would do when you first get into town?
I go looking for Calvio's parents. They owe me answers.
Yeah, no kidding.
You ask around town. Give me a diplomacy check to gather information. They're dead, and people think some of those Ulfin guards killed her and killed the mom and the dad.
No,
that's just rude.
All right, I take back what I said about them being rude.
Yeah, those guys are rude.
So, effectively, if you guys don't have anything specific that you would like to do, we are going to go into persona phases. But if you have anything you want to decide to do or how you're approaching this problem, it might change how the persona phases work.
You gave us a basic rundown, but can we do Ears of the City just to pick up other rumors and get an idea of what's going on?
Sure.
Maybe if anybody has mentioned the tomb or something, or people looking for it,
or mentioning odd things happening in the general area of the hamlet.
You would know that around Breezy Creek in this farming community, there was another aristocrat, who was Lord Landgrave. Now, Landgrave and his kind of kin were killed during all these recent succession skirmishes that have been breaking out through the country, and now with no heir, his lands are largely unsupervised, which has led the Viscount to largely, you know, that people don't approve of this. He's been going to kind of poach some of that territory.
So no particular heirs or anything like that?
Does not seem like there were any heirs that could have taken over there. The only person that was set to take over was Calbio.
Okay.
And like now that he got stabbed, Viscount Avenlar is just like, oh, well, I'll just take all of this stuff.
Well, that seems reasonable. Somebody's got to administer it.
Yeah, but he could do a better job.
That's certainly true. Maybe I should have a word with him.
All right. So with having
You're like a noble lifestyle coach, you know that?
wild. Would you? So going to talk to him, are you trying to work with him, or just get a vibe for him?
Just a vibe.
I don't believe Viscount actually has any art. He's kind of a minor character. Yeah, he doesn't have any official art. But you would find him pretty easily. He's not like in like a very big government house or anything. He's in like a local like farm manor, you know, kind of like a plantation style house. So he's kind of like relaxing on the porch with some assistants who are like, you know, bringing papers and stuff. He's like, well, who goes there?
I am Galatus Talon, and these are my companions. We are servants of the Princess Eutropia.
Oh, and how's that Eutropia doing? I hear, if rumors are to be believed, and they seem pretty compelling, that she's part of the Adela family.
Yes. You can imagine that no one was more shocked than the princess was.
Uh-huh. He's like, well, that makes sense, you know. I always thought she was kind of a weak leader. I imagine she'd be shocked. But you folks seem pretty, politically savvy. You work for Eutropia. Perhaps you could convince the people to stop pushing back and rebelling so much against my rule.
What are their concerns?
Oh, you know, they don't really understand how business works around here. They gotta pay their taxes and work under me, otherwise this is not gonna be good, you know? Perhaps you could secure an official writ that expands my territory to include the Landgrave's holdings.
Oh, well, I suppose that could be done, but there would be no point when your own people are already almost up in rebellion against you.
Oh, I'm sure you could convince them. Rally some support.
Well, perhaps you could give us some pointers on what they would be supporting. What are your successes that they can rally behind?
Well, you know, in my 30s, I spent 5 years commanding a company of the Taldan Phalanx. It's, you know, like the old military leader said. He proceeds to, like, make some quotes about, like, battle strategy. Go ahead and give me a knowledge history check or a knowledge local check, because he's quoting Taldan generals. 14 on that one's not going to do it, but the 20, 30, and 21 are all going to do it. Phineas, Blaze, and Galatus, he's trying to quote, like, famous military leaders' literature to seem refined and is butchering it. He's not even close to the real quotes.
Isn't it all war is based on deception, not all war is based on inception?
No, I don't think that's right. It couldn't be that. It was like war sometimes changes, you know?
And so you feel like your history of leading men in combat is what makes you a good administrator over these lands?
Assuredly.
Well, I'm going to attempt to enlighten him a little about, you know, how a real leader works.
Okay. You can he sees the truth in your argument, but it pisses him off. He's like, well, why don't you get out of here, all right? Leave me to my business.
Of course.
All right. So, this will help solidify your different options here. So, I mean, you could do what he says and try to gain him support or get him a writ. You guys could try to use your, if you have them, archaeological skills, which would basically be a genius or sagacity check. Or you can try to work with the people, which is a various other types of checks that you can make that are similar to the persona system.
Yeah, work with the people.
Alright, working with the people. Got it.
Sagacity.
Yeah, I can work with the people.
People of Breezy Creek, and many of them from Pilt's Haven as well, they're still pretty wary of you, because you guys are tribunes now, and not only that, you're tribunes who are heavily high up in Eutropia's inner circle at this point. And they're just like, here we go, another group of fucking aristocrats that want to roll over our land.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I should be getting somewhat of a reputation as a man who supports the people and helps out. I do spend all my
It's not
time.
nearly as bad as it could be. It's mainly just that they're like so pissed off about the Vice Count.
Mm-hmm.
But you are, because what you guys have done so far with your different checks and your various facets, they do have a better starting attitude than they normally would.
Woohoo!
Yes. So there are a few options here. You can try to rally support to your guys' side of this argument that like they should be helping you guys, not the local Viscount. Which any facet can make a rally support check. There is also, for the subterfuge people, you can make a risky operation to cause a humbling incident, which makes your agents coordinate a humiliating gaffe or public accident that causes the populace and even the courtiers in Opara to like make fun of Viscount Avenlar.
I don't have any subterfuge, but I would love to do that.
And
That sounds like what Olivia would do.
Yeah.
yes. And then you can work with the people's help. The archaeological survey actually goes easier. So it's a different tier for the check, but genius or sagacity could work with the people to conduct an archaeological survey of the region. So basically we're going to kind of take this, not a set number of persona rounds, we'll kind of take it round by round. And I'll just go down the order of the Twitch stream. But Galatas, what of those options sound like something you would do? Or if
Using
you have something that you like think would work as well, feel free to put it forward.
Well, I'm tempted to rally the people into open rebellion, but maybe now's not the time.
Sends her agents to go, like, find a way to peacefully transition power, incites rebellion instead.
Yeah, so sagacity working with the archaeological survey with the locals.
All right. So this is an operation, not a risky operation or anything. So you can send agents on this. The DC is lowered as you're choosing to work with the people. If you have any relevant skills, I'll say, or divination magics you think would be applicable, that can also help your bonus. Do you think you had everything that would help you look for a lost archaeological site?
Perception.
I'll say apart from just straight perception. I was thinking more like...
Well, come on, but I'm really good at perception.
You are very good at perception, it should be said. But, perception, not necessarily as useful when you're coordinating agents to search, like, miles of farmland.
I mean, just stand on a high place.
Just gets a fucking hot air balloon and just, like, looks over the land. Holy shit.
I mean, I'm pretty sure there's like a magic item that allows you to see like 8 miles and still see well. So you could just like get on a tall tower, just look around a bit.
Fair enough.
Well, I do have some points in survival.
I would say it'll just be the operations check, but the DC is lower because you're working with the people against the Viscount.
All right, so D20, 6 agents is not great.
9 is not going to be enough, so that hasn't progressed you to locating the stuff yet.
Well, it's the first time. You can't expect, successes first time out necessarily.
You got time. All right, Phineas. Did any of those like example ones strike your fancy? You thinking of a different method? What you doing?
I would like to obtain a writ for the Viscount.
Okay.
But I'm not giving it to him yet. But I'd like to obtain one.
Okay. I would say you guys still have some charges on the sending spell, right?
Yeah. We have plenty.
I think
More than we can
you were
use.
sending to either like Eutropia or Martella, and they would grant you the right to, with your linguistic skills, like draft one up.
Oh, by the way, was I able to buy my magic items and have them apply now?
Yeah, you guys had 3 weeks to buy the items that you.
Wonderful.
But yes, you could craft one. 45 will definitely do it. Yeah, essentially when they respond to you from the sending spell, they're just like, he doesn't sound like the best aristocrat we've heard about, but if we're gonna prevent another civil war, we like really gotta find this item. So do what needs to be done. So you spend your time creating this writ as kind of like at least you have it on deck here. Blaze, what are you and your mom doing here?
Alright, so I don't want to actively cause unrest and rebellion, but I just want to make the people like us. Not specifically hate the Viscount, but just like us.
Okay, I would say that would be rallying support.
Can I roll diplomacy?
So so this will be a diplomacy check. However,
that's a nat 1.
I was about to say, with any fails on a facet check for this rally support, it gets harder next time.
I'm going to use Touch of Luck to reroll that.
Sure, I'll allow it.
Another nat 1.
It was not meant to be.
You and your mom go into the pop.
I'd like to use my inspiration to reroll.
Try to rally the people support. Did you guys know what was the inspiration from?
Way back when we got the inspiration points, I've never used all of them.
I forgot I did that.
Yeah, but that was. I don't think that was a reroll, was it? Was that a?
I think
it was 2.
You guys got 1 reroll. Was that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about the D6s you guys got? Because you can't use them to reroll this.
Yeah, I'm talking about the 1 reroll.
Okay. Holy fuck, that was 3 months ago. Alright, well, I fucking egg on my face. I gotta adhere to my own rule. That will be a success then.
Hooray.
Still hilarious they had to burn it on that, though. Okay, so that is already starting to kind of shift the town's attitude into increasing how they're working with you. They are basically rallying to you guys and Princess Eutropia's side, realizing that maybe the will of the people is what's important. We've been reading these papers that were written by her agents. We have the power here. Alright, that being said, you haven't swayed enough of them to make finding it any easier at the moment? Or, you mean it's become easier, but, you haven't found it yet. Alright, equal to... So we're gonna go back to Galatas. Galatas, what would you like to do as we continue some pseudo-persona stuff here?
Same thing again.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah, that's better.
That is most certainly a success. All right. So they did that. Sorry, this pseudo persona round is a little confusing. Okay, so with that 22, you guys are about 2/3 of the way to securing enough help that you will completely locate the tomb. So next up is going to be Phineas.
So I want to use Ears of the City to find the most respected and adequate person who could manage this area.
Okay. Give
And
me
also
a roll for Ears of the City.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So, through the city, you would be able to hear about a local commoner. This is yet another farmer. Bum, 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 bum. Sorry, I'm just finding his name. All right. So, after a lovely spell, you find a local farmer named Pythus. This is like this 6 foot tall, jacked farmer. You find him like cutting wheat down in his field, like by hand with a scythe. It's kind of like a small Pytharius. And he is not actually physically small though, but he has like the community's like not adoration, but like everyone's like, oh, if you need something done, you ask Pythus. Like he's like a great guy.
Okay. I'll ask him if he's interested in being an assistant who helps manage the area.
An assistant? What do you mean by manage?
So I'm thinking that the Viscount has a lot on his plate, and he could use somebody like you who could help deal with the daily disputes and help make sure that everybody's getting taken care of the way they should.
I don't know. I don't know if I want to work for Avenlar. He's kind of a jerk.
Well, I'm not disputing that at all. I'm just thinking about all the good you could do in such a position.
Well, give me a diplomacy check on him. I reckon that'd be okay. I think I could help the people out more than he does.
Now, that wouldn't take very much effort. What I'm expecting from you is to do a really good job. Just so we're clear.
I'll do my best.
That's all I can ask. I'll talk to him and let you know how it goes.
All right. All right. Blaze, what are you doing during this time?
Well, we're already going to find the place we need to go to. We solved the land problem. There's only 2 options for me to do: cause a rebellion or throw a party. Those are the only 2 things Blaze
Well, you're
does.
not quite there yet. You haven't found the exact location. You need a few more successes.
Oh, is there anything I can do with charm to help that along?
Give me 1 sec. Rallying support can be any facet. You can do an operation to do this with however many agents you want to like disperse them into the community and try to bump up your successes here.
All right, I will do so. I guess if I get a higher success, do I get like more support, or is it just?
This one is just a flat success.
All right, I will send 8 agents then, plus my mom.
All right, go for your roll. 18. That is a success.
Woohoo!
All right. So Phineas isn't this round's gonna go back and talk to the Viscount, but Galatus, still searching.
Can you do Olivia's humiliating event just so we can see if that works?
Oh, the humiliating one? Sure.
I would say that might be undermining what I'm currently doing.
Yeah, but do you think that would stop her?
Fair. Well,
Yeah,
let's see
probably.
how your thing goes first, because you're actually here and Olivia's not. And then I'll roll after that.
Yeah, so I'm searching again.
Okay. Go for your roll.
Can I do perception yet? Are we close enough?
No, you can't do perception.
Did you say can or can't?
Cannot.
All right.
All right.
No, 22 again.
You guys about one of some sort of success, like whatever path you're going down from locating this tomb with the help of the people. So you've talked to Pythus. You want to go talk to the Viscount again, Phineas? What are you saying to him as you bring this up?
So I have here a writ as you requested, and I'm prepared to give it to you, provided that you sign a contract between yourself and I. Part of the contract will entail you hiring a manager that I've found who will help you with your day-to-day business so that you can spend more time with your family and being a noble.
Kind of like frowns and like is eyeing the paper greedily. All right. Perhaps. Give me a diplomacy check as he's like looking at the paper.
I'll spend inspiration on it.
Okay. Above a 40. He's. All right. Who do you want to sign on? I'll do it. Just give me the writ.
So first I put over the contract with a pen.
All right. He kind of grits his teeth, but takes the pen and signs the contract.
Then I slide over the writ. So your manager is going to be Pythus. He's rather well liked around here, so he should have a lot easier time dealing with the populace.
Uh-huh. I suppose that's fine.
Look at it this way, you're getting the best part of the deal, you're getting the benefits, and he's doing the work.
Fine. That's what needs to be done, I suppose. Alright. With that success, as you kind of have gone a separate route than most of the book routes, kind of like convincing him to work, convincing the Viscount to work the people as well, and considering the search and other work you guys have already put in, about a day and a half, 2 days later, about 3 miles from kind of the center of Breezy Creek, you find the buried remnants of the tomb of the first emperor. And for that, you guys can get 25,600 XP. And give me one moment. I'm going to shift you guys actually over to that page. Alright, you can go ahead and drop your character. Actually, I'll drop some characters on because it might be kind of confusing otherwise. Alright, we got Galtos. We got Blaze. Olivia can be in the back. We got Phineas. We got Valeros. And... oh, there's Sarah. Alright. With the help of the townsfolk, who are now at least a little bit better off with the help of their friend, you have found your way into the tomb of the first emperor of Taldor, having moved the dirt out of the way, excavated a tomb entrance, and you find yourselves in an entry hall. Tall, fluted columns line the spectacular hall, the floor of which consists of triangular and rectangular tiles of white and gold marble that fit together precisely. Weathered murals cover much of the southern wall, and stocky gargoyles with human and avian heads peer toward the room's center from the room's corners and from the column's capitals. As you guys look around, first at the various murals, there are 4 different murals, each with a kind of quote underneath. The images depict Taldaris in some sort of scene with the model below. So the first one you see, Taldaris is gripping a golden lion by its mane and driving a sword into its throat. The quote below it says, "What raises us grants us strength." You guys can make knowledge history checks to identify what these scenes are depicting. Okay, 16. 17. Right, well, not all the facts, but with 16, Galatus, you realize that this is Taldaris slaying the beast Grograsant, which was a supernaturally powerful lion that terrorized the Taldan city-states. According to legend, the Mantle of Kings that you guys are looking for is supposedly woven from a part of this monster's mane. The next mural in line, you see fallen soldiers lying on the ground around Taldaris. He points at a skeletal angel that kneels before him and bears a trio of white lilies. The motto reads, "All things die, but his kingdom is forever." You can make another knowledge history check. Ooh, actually, fitting is the 31, that's be enough to, if you exceed it by a certain number of points, you unlock the other ones as well. So 37 is going to unlock the rest of them. So you know that this one is of a story which is actually true, that an angel of death visited Taldaris to take his life, but he convinced the angel with his diplomatic skills into giving him 90 more years of life in exchange for 3 lilies. The flowers have been the most common flower in funeral traditions in Taldor ever since. The next one, mural number 3. Taldaris kneels with a hand clasped over his chest as a bearded man, resplendent in golden clothes, presents a pair of keys atop a folded garment. The motto reads, "Ordained to rule as a shining example." You know that this scene is depicting the god Abadar. And with the 36, you know all of them now.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
No, you're good. The scene depicts the real god Abadar appearing to Taldaris and imparting to him the Mantle of Kings and the symbolic right to rule far and wide. With the quality of your check, you know this did in fact happen. This is religious canon as well. That Abadar bestowed this right to, right of rulership and right to choose rulers upon Taldaris. Final image. You see Taldaris raising one hand, wearing a white gold ring to a crowd as he speaks. Many of the onlookers are appearing to cheer, while some flee in panic. The motto reads, "Truth emboldens the good and conquers the vile." This scene depicts Taldaris during a famous speech, the one you heard about earlier, in fact, where his voice miraculously reached an entire city, both rallying its people and compelling the spies to throw themselves upon his mercy. So out of this room, you see there are 2 hallways leading farther in, around kind of a low, stone countertop area. Go ahead and give me a perception check, now that you guys have seen these various murals.
I'll use acute senses.
Alright. So, especially with Phineas is detecting traps over there, you guys realize that either corridor is trapped. The one on the left is basically a trap that symbolizes the cost of being greedy, and it will rain molten gold on you guys. The one on the right represents the maw of this crazy mythical lion, and likely would have some sort of curse effect upon you. You also think the gold would curse you as well. So you guys could try to disable one of them or both of them. Up to you guys.
I'll cast Hermian Potential first, and then I'll try to disable.
Okay, and I can have Olivia disable if need be. Alright, 25, and you're on the leftmost trap. That's not going to be enough, but we'll see if you can assist Olivia on it. Because you guys did lose your main disabler right now. You know that trap is still set. But you could try again on the other one, which is the maw. The lion's maw. 37. And do you want to assist Olivia?
Sure.
Okay. Alright, you working together, you guys successfully disable the trap known as Grogasant's Maw, named after the lion. And you guys are going to get 3,200 XP. And that hallway is no longer trapped, so you can safely head through it. Which leads you into the next room, which I will describe. Bold frescoes of geometric designs cover this room's walls and domed ceilings. A quartet of bird-faced statues hold unlit braziers like offering bowls. A large passage leads south, and smaller passages lead east, north, west, and southwest.
And what about the monster?
The monster?
What about the armored titan?
Who's the guy?
Where are you guys looking? Don't worry about that.
I will continue to worry about that.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the right.
But hold on now. As you guys enter that area, I'm going to describe to you the two different rooms. All right, so one on the right with all the coffin-like looking things. You see in common on the wall, because those who don't know, actually common is just Taldane. Like, the common language was from Taldor. They invented it. This is labeled as the Hall of Heroes. 5 stone sarcophagi with relief-carved covers rest in this irregularly shaped hall. Painted scenes of battle and construction lined around the room, spanning nearly from floor to ceiling. A sprawling floor mosaic portrays a map of the eastern inner sea region. So kind of like Absalom Island, the ocean, and Avestan, including your country of Taldor. Go ahead and give me a perception check around the room. And then if you look at the coffins, you can make a knowledge history check as well. Alright. So with the 25 and the 30, you would know that 4 of these coffins, these sarcophagi, were designed for Emperor Taldaris' closest advisors. The 5th one is actually meant to like represent the people of Taldor as a whole. You would know from legend that each one, their body actually isn't buried here. They were interred elsewhere. But with those history checks, you guys know that they're kind of storage compartments for whoever wields the Primogen crown, in which case, hopefully, Princess Eutropia. They each contain an item that would help her or her servants.
So
I'm gonna do a detect magic real quick.
yeah, arcane sight.
You would know that there's like magic radiating from inside every single one of them.
Any particular schools?
Let's see. should know that the one on the far left, which is the one of Yamandra of Casimir, she was a high priest of Abadar. That is giving off a aura of conjuration. Next up, there is an enchantment aura coming from Akistar, who was basically like a hero and, you know, military leader, is giving off an enchantment one. The third one along the line is containing the third one along the line, which is this guy, ignoring the person one. You know that it represents Ohalia, who was one of his like closest personal advisors. But her one is not giving off any magical energy. But the final one, which is Ramel of Wyantas, he was a scholar that like revolutionized Taldan architecture. His one seems to be containing a whole bunch of different magical auras, contained in one object. But you guys would know from your check that these should be safe. Like, this is stuff that's designed for the Emperor to take.
Well, let's pop them open.
Let's crack open a cold one.
Alright, first one is a malleable symbol. Looks like a metal lump, but if you concentrate on it for 1 minute, it'll turn into a holy symbol of whatever deity you worship. And whenever the holy symbol is used as the focus for channeled energy, as a free action, the bearer can alter the area of the channel to do one of the following: a 10-foot burst centered anywhere within 30 feet, a 60-foot line, or a 30-foot cone. So it changes like the way you channel.
That's pretty cool.
The next one is a scabbard of keen edges. It shrinks or enlarges to accommodate any kind of blade. Up to 3 times per day, it can cast Keen Edge on any blade placed within it, which would increase your crit range.
Nice.
And finally, the last one is a Blessed Book, which contains a few different spells that you can take with you. Sorry, excuse me. It contains the spells Dismissal, Greater Heroism, Legend Lore, and Mage's Sword.
Dang, I wish I was a wizard so I could actually use those.
So you have Blessed Book, a Scabbard of Keen Edges, and a Malleable Symbol.
Is a blessed book like a specific magic item, or is that just like...
Yes, I believe. What does it do? It lets you fill 1,000 pages of a book for spells without paying the material cost.
Alright, so still not useful for me, but...
However, one thing you guys do find weird is that the coffin for his like closest advisor, the woman, Ohalia, it should have a magical item for the Emperor, and yet there is nothing inside.
Well, using perception, can we tell if there used to be one?
Sure, give me a perception check or a survival check. And then survival actually reveals something different if you want to do that as well. So those perception checks, you see the outline of what looks like it might have been like some sort of horn, like not like a drinking horn, one like you would blow through, but with the 27 up to a 31 from Valoros assisting Galatus.
I'm also assist.
Oh, also Blaze assists as well, and Phineas. Sorry, so well high. You notice something odd. There are handprints in the dust, and there's also like a faint film of like there was like oil in the bottom of it, so there should have been fingerprints. What's weird is that not only are these hands like perfectly proportioned, like the most perfect handprints you have ever seen, no flaws, There are also no fingerprints on them. It's not a half. But go ahead and give me a knowledge planes check. Okay, with a 22 and 21.
Oh, actually, that is a... Sorry.
Both of those would be a success with an over a 20. And Phineas as well. You three would know that this isn't enough to go off of to know what kind of outsider, but there are a lot of humanoid type outsiders that would have like that perfection on them.
All right, so stolen by a planar being.
So
Seems like a recurring theme for the Immaculate Circle.
Yep.
Yep.
That means they got here first, but that's fine. Alright, let's go talk to friend here.
Alright, you guys going over to this room?
Anybody else concerned that maybe the princess's brother is kind of an unwitting spy / assassin, maybe?
/ abomination. Yeah, I kept trying to say things, but nobody listened. Moving on.
But he seems so nice. He almost choked on that apple because he was so embarrassed to say hi.
Yeah.
And I wheeled really hard, Ben, and he didn't choke.
Welcome to the Hall of History on this side.
What does my arcane sight see about that?
Yeah.
What do your elf eyes see?
Walker. Thank you.
That statue, that's actually in front of an even bigger statue. The smaller statue is fully a construct.
Can we do anything to see what type?
Well, I'm going to show you the art of it, but I would say by looking at the art, you would assume it is some type of clockwork angel, because that is exactly what it looks like.
Woohoo.
Let me show you the art.
Can't wait to see this lad.
This boy.
Cool. I like his sword.
He's got a cool sword.
Can't wait to get hit by it and take no damage because it's flaming.
More than 100 painted scenes parade clockwise around the walls of this room, showing people celebrating, fighting, traveling, and working. In the center of the room stands the mechanical humanoid with bronze wings, embedded with lapis lazuli, and a sword embedded in the sculpted form of a dead dragon. So, while this tomb used to serve as kind of like a public monument to honor the first emperor, this painting room is kind of the visual history, chronologically in clockwise direction, of much of the early history of Taldor. First, showing the Aslanti Exodus, with purple-eyed people fleeing from ruins and storms and tsunamis. You see these refugees meeting people, a mix of Kelids, Kelishites, Garundi, different complexions, different outfits. Several panels later, there are only olive-skinned people, the ethnically Taldan descendants of many bloodlines, wearing clothing much like Aslanti refugees. The folk begin to dance, farm, build temples, hunt, and wage war with each other. Eventually, once again, you see Taldor's first emperor beginning his unification of the city-states, culminating in his throwing several Aslanti relics into a pyre and hoisting a blue-green flag with a lion embossed on it, the new symbol of the country of Taldor. As you guys approach and kind of look at this, the clockwork angel in front of the statue, kind of mimicking the statue's poses, takes a step forward, kind of grinds to life. Hello. Welcome to the Hall of History. How can I help you?
We would just like the explanation, please, of the history.
He begins to go through this whole explanation of like all these different like notes of who did the artwork, the magical paintings, all this crazy stuff. Give me a sense motive check as you look at him kind of describing this stuff to you. He's fighting his programming to do this and is trying to attack.
I would like to buff and make him my steady target.
Right,
I'd also like
target.
And I guess prepare haste for when Phineas or Galatus goes into hit.
You guys have enough time to buff completely and then initiate an attack on him because he is frozen in the subroutine. Here's the art of the Iconics fighting him. I really like his art.
That's pretty sweet.
Yeah. Ooh, this is like a domed ceiling. That's really
domed. It's very nice.
Are you attempting to attack his construct?
As soon as I've finished my explanation, I will attack as per my defense programming.
You're not merely a guide then.
A guide. Yes, I was a guide, but I am also programmed to defend.
Defend what exactly?
By order of the Imperial Senate, when they closed down the tomb to the public, I was ordered to defend against any intruders. Now, please, my explanation of the paintings will be done in around 3 minutes. I advise you to wait there, so I may execute you promptly afterwards.
Oh, hey, can you continue to count down that time specifically around say 6 seconds before you're done?
I don't think we have to wait for him to start.
No, you can just rush him. He's not lying. He has 3 minutes left in this routine.
Question, Custodian. If we were sent here by the ruler of Taldor, would that change your programming?
His head kind of twists a little bit at an awkward angle, like sparking. Do you have any proof of this?
Yeah, we've got the Rod of Rulership. Do you recognize this?
You pull it out. The Primogen Rod, a symbol of rulership, long passed down through the aeons of Taldor's great history. You are accepted. Yeah. You may continue along your way through the tombs.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your service, Custodian.
Of course. He resets and he's like, "This is the mural of Taldor." He starts his whole routine over again.
I'm glad we didn't have to destroy him.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone gets 12,800 XP for talking him out of it.
That's great.
He is a very hard. He's a CR 16 opponent.
Yikes.
Great. So
what's in this door?
On either side, you want to pop that door open?
Sure.
Alright, give me 1 second to remove the block. Alright.
It's a closet.
It is a small storage closet with many candles, formal outfits, cleaning supplies. Most of it partially disintegrated to dust after so many years. However, you do see 4 vials of holy water that are still alive, still not broken. You also see a dented tin contains 8 applications of Ungent of Timelessness. So 4 holy waters and this.
I smell the holy water. Is it from Abadar?
It is actually Abadar holy water.
Smells like newly minted money.
Mm-hmm.
As you look around near the Timelessness Ungent, you see there's a lot of physical ingredients that have been wrapped in this Ungent, so they haven't disintegrated. Go ahead and either make a alchemy, appraise, or knowledge religion check. Okay, with a 29, not the 19, that was close though. But you guys assisting the 29 higher up, you would know that one of these tins is a rare find. It is Andoran pepperwood, a tree whose wood rarely ever warps and whose speckled bark was the foundation for a rare incense. Zealous lumberjacks have since kind of felled these trees into extinction. There haven't been this kind of tree since 3200 AR, over 1,000 years ago at this point, making the fragmented incense sticks in this tin priceless. You know, they were used for a variety of different rituals.
Well, if we don't need them for the ritual here, maybe we can get them back to the druids and they can maybe clone them.
Fair. this is Andoran Pepperwood.
All right. Continuing on.
Next, yeah.
All right. Are you popping through the doors or continuing over to the right side?
This door right here, bucko.
Okay.
What is the square?
That's the trap.
Yeah.
So, this is a rather weird room. Because what it is representing is the fact that many ancient Taldans tried to worship Taldaris as a god. Especially before the apotheosis and rise of Eredin as a god in 1 AR. After Eredin's faith kind of overshadowed Taldaris's, it looks like this little chapel is kind of not used anymore. However, go ahead and give me a perception check into the room. You guys do see, however, that there is a secret door across from those shelves in the wall. It seems that whoever was worshipping Taldaris left something hidden behind. And with you guys opening that door up, if it would let me... I'm just going to delete that. You find a secure storage chamber. Looks like there was once a lot of scrolls here which have disintegrated, but a few treasures remain. You find a wand of consecrate with 7 charges, a potion of remove blindness deafness. Last item is not immediately recognizable. Give me a spellcraft check on the last one.
There you go on that one.
The 40 will do it. You see a strange sacred stone with star patterns and writings of ancient Taldans on the chest plate. This increases the wearer's chance of success with augury, divination, and contact other plane. The wearer adds an additional d6 to the percent roll each time they use any of those spells. When casting Commune or Commune with Nature, the wearer may ask one additional question or gain an additional piece of information. This is what is known as a prophet's pectoral. For all them diviners out there.
Okay. Well, this may come in handy when we have to contact other planes or consecrate something.
You guys see a non-magical item. What looks like a holy text that appears exceptionally fragile and delicate with age. You can either attempt a sleight of hand check or a dexterity check to read through what this book that was so carefully hidden was.
I cast Mending first.
Okay, that will lower the DC.
Wait, don't we have like the engine of timelessness, so it would be preserved?
You can put that on if you want to, but with the 21, that's gonna be it. All right. This is a rare holy text associated with an imperial cult, specifically the worship of Taldaris. You would know that examining this book, you find a lot of clues about how he was worshipped and how his spirit was contacted. This is going to make the ritual you guys use for the Mantle of Leadership much easier. So you now have this knowledge.
Okay.
All right.
Is that everything here?
That is everything there. You can see there's another door leading out toward the bottom of that room. You still have the other room as well. All right, going through this door. Okay, let's remove this block. All right, give me 1 second. This is the public tomb. This hall has a domed ceiling soaring to a height of 30 feet. The room tapers to a rounded point at the south, where a tall golden statue of a young, muscular man stands before a sarcophagus, one hand resting on the hilt of a sword at his waist, the other holding up a rolled-up scroll. Low wall partitions partly seal the southernmost area, where a spiral staircase descends. All right. So you guys went from that room to that room. Okay, you are fine. All right. What do you guys do?
Rolling into initiative, I guess.
No, the statue doesn't seem to be moving.
Arcane side, is it alive or anything?
It is a golem.
So
One
that's a
is
golem.
holding very still.
Can we discern what type of golem it is?
Give me a knowledge arcana check, and also now that you guys are kind of more centered in that room, go ahead and give me a perception check towards the stairs behind the golem. Alright, so do the knowledge arcana first. Okay. Phineas with Blaze assisting. I mean, pretty much what it looks like. This is a gold golem. You would know kind of some of its abilities. If Roll20 wants to let me load it. You would know that gold golems have like DR adamantine. You know that they are immune to all magic. Probably most terrifying, apart from their immunity to magic, is that when a gold golem hits you with a slam attack, it can unleash a ray of prismatic energy, like the prismatic spray spell, with a d6 on what beam comes out.
Golem, what is your function here?
Doesn't say anything. Just kind of remains blank-faced.
Any, Oh, how is my perception for the stairs behind him?
Oh, yes, sorry. Right. And Phineas can detect magical traps. Okay. So, what you can see is that behind him, kind of like right on top of the stairs, is a very strange type of trap. It takes you a second to kind of figure it out. It is likely a trap of polymorph any object. And as you stare, you realize it's going to turn you into a statuette of yourself. However, with that high a perception check, you examine some of the trap's like settings, and you realize that there is a weird message in common, kind of hidden in the tiles of the floor. It says, "Those who would steal from Taldor shall serve it instead." But you realize kind of beneath this text is the subtext of the spell, stating that anyone who openly wears a holy symbol of Abadar or Pharasma will not trigger the trap.
Man, Cade and Kaylin came along too late.
Yes, this was very before Caden when they made this trap.
Wait, we got that malleable thing. We can transform that into like any sigil, right? Or any symbol, right? Or is it just the symbol of the one that's holding?
I mean, would we need to be a worshiper of Abadar?
By concentrating on it for 1 minute, a creature who worships a deity may transform into a masterwork holy symbol of that deity.
Nut. All right.
Well, you could change your mind and worship somebody. I mean, I can't.
Seraph can't either.
Mm-hmm. But we only got one symbol. Maybe there's a way to disable the trap.
You can still try to disable it like a regular trap.
Well, let's try and survive the golem first. You got that rod, Galatus?
Yeah. I hold it up. Do you recognize this?
Doesn't speak. Doesn't react.
There are his eyes moving.
Nope. Here, I'll show you guys a. This is what so this one looks like a picture of. It's supposed to be Taldaris himself, but the image in Roll20, this is like the default gold golems. Is what they look like. They don't really have eyes. It's kind of like sockets.
Got it.
You know what? I almost took a spell for controlling golems earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
Does spell immunity cover things that don't allow spell resistance?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just straight immune to magic. Magic just doesn't affect it. All right, a gold golem is immune to any spell or spell-like ability. That allows spell resistance. You're right. I was wrong.
All right, cool.
In addition, certain spells function in a particular way. You would know that fire would lower, with your checks earlier, you know that fire would lower a gold golem's DR, but it would haste it for a random number of rounds. Cold wouldn't lower the DR, but would potentially affect it as per the slow spell.
If we used fire then cold, would it get rid of the DR but also get rid of the haste because slow counter spell?
Boost its DR back up to the normal. If you hit it with.
If I just cast normal slow or.
I'm pretty sure slow allows spell resistance. That would just not work.
All right.
All right, so we're going to cast a few more buffing spells. And then Valeros is going to worship Abadar.
Does he worship Abadar?
He can. There's no law against it.
All right, he fully commits himself to the god of law.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's he doing now that he worships Abadar?
He's going to look for a way to disable the trap.
Okay. You would think if you could get Phineas up to this line, he could disable the trap without triggering it.
Okay, so as they move into position, does anything happen?
No, the golem doesn't react at all.
Oh, all right.
You disable the trap for 3,200 XP. The golem still does nothing.
All right. Well, let's continue on then.
Yep.
Right. With that, we're gonna take a quick pause here. You guys, I'm just gonna take a 5-minute break to use the bathroom. Which we will be right back. Oh, my bowler hat fell off.
Oh, cool! You're wearing a bowler.
Hell yeah. All right. I'll be back in 5 minutes. And after.
Woohoo.
Everybody be quiet. So he doesn't know we're here.
Yeah. He can't kill our characters if he doesn't know we're here.
That's what you think. Hell yeah. Okay. So...
It's against D&D law.
The laws set down by the old gods. Alright, so what are you guys doing? The golem hasn't done shit. You guys disabled the trap.
Let's walk downstairs, I guess.
Yep.
Alright. Give me 1 sec. I'm just going to drag you guys over in a group because it'll be easier to move you. Ugh, after my own heart. Pre-moving yourselves. Alright. Over here. I'm going to describe to you this room, then you can make a perception check. The Gallery of Lions. Basically, the stairs from above takes about 50 feet even farther underground. This octagonal room bears numerous murals showing First Emperor Taldaris and several companions slaying beasts, making offerings, and raising the columns of great new buildings. Go ahead and give me that perception check. I see, like, again, just tons of paintings around this tomb.
I'm already ahead of you. I'm behind in rolls.
Okay.
Well, I did cast acute senses on myself.
Yeah, Galatas 19.
Plus 51. Dang.
Acute sentences is like the most bullshit fucking spell in the game. Alright, well, you guys notice in these 2x2 squares I'm going to reveal, there is hidden some greater glyphs of warding. Basically, if you walk on them, it'll trigger an alarm. And not only that, it will hit you with a spell called Order's Wrath, which will just deal a bunch of damage to you.
Yeah, let's not do that.
Do we get experience points for disabling them?
You do, yes.
Well, we should probably try and do that. Otherwise, we just leave them alone.
Alright. As you start to disable one, 2 of the paintings, one on either side, step out of the wall.
Seriously?
And
I just
let's see.
them.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to show you their art.
In my defense, the paintings can't see me do this.
Fair. But they do have senses that are aligned to the traps.
I dislike. I don't like the green hair.
So, you see the one on the left. He begins pacing in a rather predatory way and stares judgmentally at yours. What are your intentions here? The other one, kind of pacing around to the other side of the room, says, Come now, brother. They don't smell bad or anything like that. Maybe so, but they shouldn't be this deep in the temple. Well, what are you all doing there, including you, the invisible one? I smell you there, trying to touch our traps.
Taldor is in a moment of crisis. We need to contact the first Emperor Taldis and obtain from him the thing, I can't remember its name.
The mantle.
The mantle of leadership. So that the true Emperor can be known.
They're kind of like glowing red eyes dart to each other. Give me a diplomacy check.
We bear the Primogen Rod as proof of our sincerity and mission.
They do bear the rod, brother. I see that, Lucaro. Fine, Meryl, I was just saying. And you all, what would you do upon contacting the Emperor?
Ask for his assistance in recovering the mantle.
To find the true heir.
That peace in Taldor may be restored.
Mirlial, who is the more angry one on the left, is like, very well. But know that Lucaro and I will be watching from the paintings. If you put a toe out of line, we will see that you do not leave the First Emperor's tomb. Do I make myself clear?
Absolutely.
Very well. Continue your explorations. But be warned, some of the Guardians are not as intelligent as us. They kind of like take a step back and like partially fade into the walls.
Alright, well, I guess we examine the rest of the room then.
To be honest, all the guardians of this place have been very nice.
I like the tour guide one.
Yeah.
If you guys can't convince him, he's such a strong foe, though. Alright, it lets you guys bypass into the secondary chamber here. So you see that there's a lot of low shelves lining in this room. Most are collapsed in at least several places under the weight of precious ornaments and vases. It seems like this is kind of a like burial treasure chamber. This is like all monetary stuff.
Alright, not really anything of interest there then.
There's no magical auras, this is just like the shit that if your characters want to get away with stealing money stuff from the Emperor is in there. Right,
yeah, we don't.
Lower room. This appears to be a servant's tomb. The roughly rectangular room contains numerous inset stone shelves that host dozens of ceramic, stone, and wooden figures. The northwest wall bears a painted funeral procession with more than 100 individual figures that proceed northwest.
Any of them particularly interesting?
None particularly interesting. All right. Depends. What are you guys investigating? There, are you investigating like the statues, or are you investigating the walls, the paintings?
I want to see if there's anybody who looks recognizable, like someone we've met, or met one of their descendants, or anything like that. Just want to see anyone familiar.
Give me a perception check in the room.
It's like Panavar in there.
Mm-hmm.
So you begin to realize something here. This painted procession doesn't just dramatize Taldaris' funeral. It provides some contextual clues that would help you understand any ritual that would call upon the Emperor's spirit. As you begin examining it, you can make an appraise, a craft painting, or a knowledge, arcana, or religion check. Okay. These, you guys are going to successfully be able to get some benefits on the ritual. So you can see that all these figures, while mundane, every single one is worth like 250 gold, and there's like 100 of them.
Yeah, not what we're interested in.
Yeah.
All right. As you guys walk away, that is fine. So give me a perception check as you look into this next room over here. This like weird patterned one.
That's not the right one. That's the right one.
Okay.
Oh yes, I right into the room.
This strange
No.
elliptical room has a magnificent domed ceiling painted to resemble the night sky with scores of different constellations. As you look into it, you realize that this has been designed to make as like kind of a pun. Not a pun necessarily, but like to have someone be judged by heaven. Because if you go in here without disabling the room, you will be affected by a heightened reverse gravity, which will send you to the heavens, which is a massive blade barrier spell in the ceiling.
Funny, but cruel.
Yeah, pretty funny.
Yeah.
Downright hilarious.
However, as you guys look at the night sky, before you like do anything with the trap, go ahead and give me, if you have either, does anyone have geography or nature as you look at the stars? Okay, geography. Okay, Phineas, and then Galax assisted by Valoros. You look at the stars, and while it does appear to be like the night sky you would see in this hemisphere, there are several constellations that are out of place. 2 different humanoids, a bird, and a serpentine creature, with one of the humanoids featured prominently in the dome's peak. You can either make a Arcana or a Planes check as you examine these strange, weird constellations that shouldn't be here.
Arcana or planes?
Arcana or Planes.
How about both?
35 for me.
5.
35 for the planes as well. So.
Okay. So you start to realize that this is a very old artistic style, probably like around like 2,500 AR. And these constellations don't actually appear in the Galarian and material universe as a whole. These are constellations from the astral plane, suggesting that they might be representing legendary spirits that are supposed to be watching over the Emperor.
And what were they?
That you're not really sure.
A serpent, 2 humanoids, and a bird?
It is 2 different humanoids, a bird, and a serpentine creature.
Okay. All right, Phineas, can you handle the trap?
Yeah, Hermian potential first.
Okay, we got the Hermian potential.
Oh, and I'll touch you with a bit of luck, just in case.
Sorry, I don't know why I rolled a d20 over there. So,
And you can re-roll that, by the way, and take the better result.
so 36.
36. You know Olivia needed. You successfully disable this like heavenward trap. This one's actually gonna be a bit higher. That's gonna be 6,400 this time. But you guys can successfully move into that next hallway.
Cool.
So looking down, there was likely used to be more chambers down there, but has since collapsed after this temple was ordered buried by that sketch emperor. But the hallway continues up ahead.
Cool.
You guys can see it rounds to the corner. The marble looks progressively more polished, as if it has been preserved with multiple spells as you near the next corner. And there you see it, the inner tomb. Several
By the way,
steps. Yeah.
Pick up your Valros.
What?
I'm pretty sure you left Valor. Oh, never mind.
No, he's right there. Several rounded steps lead up to a low platform to the east, upon which sits a large stone sarcophagus draped with a fur-trimmed cape. Low stone benches and shelves support a wealth of grave goods, many brittle with age. Large chunks of plaster have fallen from the ceiling, leaving an uneven coating of white dust across the floor. Where the ceiling's plaster has survived are painted messages in a variety of different languages. Around you can see numerous grave goods, a fine bow, wood, wine, nice foods, oils, clothing on crumbling mannequins, a disassembled like 4-poster bed, and even more.
Hey, Phineas, do you think the ceiling might deserve a mending spell?
Yes, I think it does. I'll cast Mending.
Alright. Cast mending, the pieces begin to kind of fly back to the ceiling. It begins to become much more obvious that in a few different languages, this is just a lot of, like, prayers to the Lady of Graves, Pharasma, to, like, protect Taldaris' soul in death and make sure that he receives his just rewards in the outer planes, in the afterlife. And you can see on top of the cave, or on top of the sarcophagus, is the Mantle of Kings, the cape that you're looking for.
Yeah, well, that was in an obvious location.
Yeah, obvious. Look around.
As you guys begin to look around, kind of like taking some time, make sure you look over everything, the air in front of his tomb begins to shimmer.
All right.
And
We wait to see if it continue shimmering.
a silver portal opens in midair, sides kind of spiraling, throwing off bits of stardust. And you see 3 figures step through it. Give me a knowledge planes check as they emerge.
I rolled a 2, baby.
Ooh, nat 20, there you go. The front 2, clad in kind of Nordic armor with battle axes and shields, are Einherji. These are warriors who've proven themselves to the gods across the multiverse and were pulled off the battlefield to forever fight the good fight in the outer planes by Valkyries.
I've never had the pleasure. He doesn't seem happy, though. Hopefully he is enjoying his
Very
afterlife.
jolly fellows. Behind them, however, you see, not only is it most definitely a Valkyrie, you recognize her face from one of the sarcophaguses upstairs. This Valkyrie is Ohalia, one of the first Emperor's advisors. You see her wings glow behind her. She carries a spear of some strange metal you don't recognize, crackling with like divine energy, with this incredibly well-crafted armor over her.
Hell and well met, Ohala.
Advisor to the Emperor.
She like stares kind of haughtily at you guys. Who are you? Why do you defile the tomb of the first Emperor?
Our need is dire. The Empire of Taldor stands in chaos. We seek the mantle of the Emperor, the mantle of leadership, to determine who should rule.
Just what a grave robber and looter would say. You see, like, the 2, like, Phantom Vikings are kind of like flex their arms.
We have defiled no graves. We have stolen no money. If we were grave robbers, surely we would do these things. We bear the rod of the Primogen as a token of our sincerity.
Her eyes kind of narrow. That is indeed the real rod. I can sense its power from here.
We have not assaulted the temple's guardians. We have not stolen.
Give me a diplomacy check. I love Galatus.
I will assist.
43.
Holy fuck.
Mm.
Okay.
Do you need any more assistance? Because we could probably add 6 more.
Yeah.
Wouldn't hurt.
Okay, that's actually enough to jump her attitude to friendly, which is good.
Whoa. Nice nat one.
She,
Look, Galatus.
I like all of you, but that one. She points at Gallatin.
You know, Your Honor, I feel the same way some days.
He's like, your motive seems just. She kind of holds up a hand, and the Einherji like lower their axes. Truth is, I come here worried for the first emperor as well. I would assist you in this ritual to contact him. If you do not know, the ritual you seek to activate to bestow his presence into the Mantle of Kings is known as the Imperial Augury. With your help, I think we could do it.
Wonderful. What do we need to do?
We will need to work together to perform the Imperial Augury. It is out of character, this is a spell ritual, which is like a more complicated type of casting. Make sure I got this down perfectly. Basically, this is like an occult ritual. Do. Alright. So, basically this is a unique occult ritual in that you guys don't necessarily need to be the right type of caster because you have his like cloak. Essentially, you are going to have to succeed on several checks in a row during this magical ritual. If you fail by too much, there is a risk of backlash. You have to designate one person as the primary caster, and the backlashes will affect them first before spreading to their colleagues.
Why don't I do that?
You would know with your... So you found the incense. Burning that would help the ritual.
Yeah, I don't want to. I want to give it to the druids.
Alright, fair enough. You did successfully review that tome's contents in the secret storage area. That will reduce the DCs of the ritual. Let's see. Did you guys manage to get that one?
We have the pectoral. The prophet's pectoral.
You do have that one as well, if anyone's wearing that. Sorry, excuse me. You guys also were able to, with that really high 31 knowledge check, able to successfully identify the paintings upstairs, which will help you on any knowledge, history, or nobility checks. Basically, to successfully do this, we're going to go into initiative. You're going to need to succeed at the following checks. A knowledge history check once. A nobility check once. A religion check once. And 2 successful spellcraft checks.
Dibs on spellcraft.
Oh, what's your spellcraft bonus?
25.
Alright. Looks like I'm not doing anything then, because all I have is Arcana and Planes.
Fair.
Alright, well, I do have the other ones, so I don't have a whole ton of them. Let me check my spells. I think I've got something that will help me with knowledge checks.
Oh yeah, I can also give you a bit of luck, so you
Also,
can...
because you guys recruited Ohalia with her first-hand knowledge of the Emperor, you will get a +4 bonus on any of these checks, or like on any. Sorry, I got it wrong. +5 bonus on any one of the checks. So whichever one of those skill checks you're most worried about, you can get a +5 on.
And you can re-roll up to... Actually, you can re-roll all of them. Because of bit of luck. I can just touch you when you make the check.
Okay. Yeah, so you can kind of stand outside the ritual and do that. Who are you designating as like the primary quote-unquote caster of this ritual?
I'll do that.
Okay. Noted. So essentially the way this is going to go is, like, the physical ritual, what happens as you guys are making these checks. The primary caster places the Mantle of Kings neatly folded on top of Taldaris' coffin. Then you anoint 3 concentric semicircles around the sarcophagus, kind of like in line with those steps. You set 7 candles along each of the semicircles, and then, well, you guys aren't using the incense, that doesn't matter. We're not using the special incense, but there is a incense sensor, kind of like, the churches use in real life, that you can swing back and forth. While you guys are doing this, you'll be recounting the deeds of First Emperor Taldaris, performing like steps that retrace his army's progress across the Inner Sea, and trying to just channel his life and his spirit through your knowledge of history, nobility, religion, and magic.
All right.
So, we're going to do a quick initiative just to make things easier for who's actually trying their role. Alright. Phineas. And then Blaze Galatus. Here, I can add Olivia in as well. In case we need.
Wait, why do I need to roll? I'm not making any.
Sorry, you're just assisting on the outside. So I guess it's basically just Phineas and Galatus, and then if we want Olivia to jump in.
I do know that pretty good knowledge is, so.
Didn't go through. Hold on.
I didn't have my token up.
Yeah.
Sorry.
20. Okay. So Galatus, what are you trying here first?
I think we'll go with history first.
All right. Go ahead. I'll adjust the DCs of what you guys have done. All right. And you got a 23. Give me one sec.
Don't you have a reroll where you from bit of luck?
You can roll twice because of his.
Yep, you can roll twice for
touch of luck.
All right, so might be a good idea to do that then. Yeah, a little bit better.
Okay, so a 27. Basically, you guys aren't going to experience a backlash unless you fail more than half of these. A 27 is close, but it's not going to do it. So that is like a failure out of them.
Boo.
Basically, there's 5 potential checks, so that's 1 failure. All right. Olivia won't chime in yet, but Phineas, what would you like to do here?
I'll start with spellcraft.
Okay. One of the spellcraft checks succeeds. All right. And then Galatus, are you trying history again?
Yep.
Okay.
Dang it.
Do you want to add the +5 to either of those? It's like if you get a +5, it's like 1 +5 for the ritual.
Yeah, let's do a +5 here. Can't have too many failures.
Okay, that's a success as well. You need to succeed on at least 2 more of them without doing 2 more failures.
And you said 2 spellcrafts, right?
So there's 2 spellcrafts. So you've done a spellcraft, you've done a history. What's left is a nobility, a religion, and a spellcraft.
Okay. I don't think I need the reroll.
No, that is enough. So both spellcraft ones are checked. You can no longer use spellcraft to help complete the ritual. You need at least
History.
1 more success without having 2 more failures to complete this ritual. If you get 2 failures before the success, then it will backlash.
All right, so 36.
Oh, 36 is absolutely... Wait, didn't you already do history, though?
There were 2 history, right?
No, just 1 history.
I think
Oh.
spellcraft was the only thing that was 2.
Yeah, spellcraft is only 2.
Okay.
It's 1 history, 1 noble, 1 religion, 2 spellcraft. Alright, and you can roll the nobility twice. The 28 would have failed, but the 33 is going to get you there.
All right, thank goodness.
That's 2 more successes, so we did it, boys! Woo!
The Mantle of Kings begins to glow and float off of the ground. And I'm going to show you kind of the empty cloak here. If Roll20 wants to let me load.
Ooh, pretty.
Yes.
Pretty.
Very pretty. As it begins to float, you see a faint apparition of Taldaris. You can tell it's him because of the gold statue upstairs. Kind of floating in the center of his cloak. Channeling his spirit from the great beyond to converse with you guys in attendance. Interestingly, though, you guys realize this isn't Taldaris himself, more like an apparition that knows some of his things. You can choose to talk to him. However, there are 3 benefits that he tells you first that the primary caster can choose 2 of. You've done well to call upon me. At my spirit's behest, I can either provide you military advice for any upcoming engagement. All of you will be treated as though you have the profession of a soldier. In game terms, you guys get +5 ranks of profession soldier. I can also provide political insights. This will give you guys, gives the primary caster a +4 insight bonus on the next persona phase. And the secondary casters, rest you get a +2 bonus. Or, if you would like, I can grant my own personal blessing on one relic with strong ties to Taldor. Basically, you can choose to, if you missed any triumphs, or if you have any triumphs remaining for a weapon, you can add it to those.
The 2 I have, the banner and the ring, are maxed.
Well, I don't have any, so.
Well, yeah, you do. You've got the armor, right?
Oh yeah. I could enhance that.
Okay.
Phineas, is your mask maxed out?
Maxed out, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. And he said he'd do 2 of these.
Yeah. So basically, give you guys profession soldier.
Political insights.
Political insights, or finishing blessing one of your relics.
All right. Well, let's have him bless the armor, I think.
Okay, blessing the armor.
And political insights. Do we really need profession soldier?
No.
No.
It's just for 1 battle, right? Or is that permanent?
Sorry, what? Say that last one again.
The profession soldier, is that for 1 battle?
It's like while you serve as commanders in any future battle.
Ah.
Sorry, in your next future battle, I should say, if I phrased that badly.
All right. Well, let's do political insights then.
Okay. You do those 2, and as you do so, you see his body flickers. And Ohalia, something's not right. It's like interference. He's here, but that's not really him. As you guys kind of stare at the apparition, you see it flickers and then vanishes. The cloak is still floating there, and then all of you experience the same thing. The lights dim and fade into darkness, obscuring the tomb completely. You hear the faint sound of plate armor shifting nearby, followed by a deep voice whispering, "A visitor? Even with dark vision, nothing happens. However, this vision is occurring in your mind or physically, it's not letting you see with dark vision. A visitor? I do not know how you are here, but it is not safe. You can do no good here, only attract harm." As the voice continues, A window seems to open into a dimly lit cell, blurry as if you were looking through a sleepy eye. Inside, a creature that seems as much machine as human sits on the ground and looks back, with steely, featureless eyes. I cannot give you what you seek, only help you escape. Send a message to those who... The speaker ceases abruptly and the window snaps closed, only to reopen as a glaring yellow eye. Its pupil darts about, then more than a dozen similar eyes seem to snap open in all directions around you. A hissing feminine voice calls out in alarm. Overseer! Something has slipped through. Overseer! Something has slipped through! Meddlers! Schemers! Let us see who intrudes! A flabby purple hand, with a yellow eye in its palm, reaches out of the darkness, but falls short before it can grab hold of you. The speaker cries out in pain, and the hand recoils. The eyes grow distant, and different scenes appear briefly as a wind whips up in all directions. First, the distant eyes briefly rearrange themselves into a starry constellation of a person. But these then slide about like pearls on a dark cloth before being poured into a bag. The bag appears at the belt of a man, featureless, but for the spear he carries and the faintly glowing script that covers his body. He gazes down from a rooftop at the machine man from earlier before diving down into a dark pool. The pool's ripples become the contents of a mug held in a skeleton's hands as it blows to cool the liquid. A clatter distracts it, and it gazes over to see a 4-pointed crown toppled to the ground. The skeleton crouches down for a closer look. The 4 points dissolve into obelisks in a vast cemetery. The vision's perspective zooms toward a blank gravestone whose rocky features fade to parchment that's folded in upon itself several times and sealed with a glob of red wax and slipped through the mail slot in a wooden door. It lands inside a wooden-floored home with the letters seal facing up, the wax imprinted with a watchful eye. The machine man from before stoops to pick it up, idly rubbing the base of his hand, where a ring might rest. Then, the machine man collapses, a spear in his leg, the tattooed figure visible just inside the nearby room. In a blink, both figures are gone. But at the same time, the room feels all the more real. It takes you a moment to realize that your visions have ended and your faculties are returning. But you're no longer in Taldaris' tomb. You appear to be in a lovely, hardwood-floored, moderately well-appointed house. For successfully performing the Imperial Augury, everyone gains 40,000 XP.
Dang.
Ah! What did you all do? Holly, asks you guys.
Where are we?
Give me 1 second.
Ooh. Tree man.
Alright. Before this thing reacts and tries to jump you guys, and basically, she only has time. Well, Holly tells you, she's like, what did you do? That's not how the ritual is supposed to work. We're not on the material plane anymore. And
Something intercepted us.
we are going to roll into initiative. As you see this strange clockwork golem move to intercept you guys.
Good initiative as always. Also, excellent initiative from you, Galatus. Absolutely wonderful.
All right, Blaze, you're up first. You can make a knowledge arcana check on what this thing is.
Wunderbar. 21.
21. You would know that this is a clockwork golem, probably an advanced clockwork golem, judging by the high quality looking of its parts.
And if I remember correctly, those guys are immune to magic.
You would know that clockwork golems are indeed immune to magic.
Alright, I'm going to cast my only spell with no spell resistance, which is Black Tentacles.
Alright. You probably send it on the back half of the room. Like if you put it towards these windows, it would try to grab it. Go ahead and give me that combat maneuver roll from the tentacles.
I forget, what was the calculations for it again?
15 plus your BAB plus your caster modifier.
Let me look it up real quick.
That's just off the top of my head.
It is caster level plus 4 due to their strides, and then plus 1 strength. Okay, so that would be caster level plus 5.
Gotcha. Okay. Caster level plus 5.
So that would be, and it's a concentration. That is a 32 for CMB.
32 for CMB is not gonna do it as it pushes through.
Nuts. Alright, and then we can spell haste.
Okay, quick and haste. Haste goes off. I'm gonna just keep Olivia in reserve now and see if you can do more stuff for your own characters. Phineas.
I still have another character.
Oh, right. Sorry. Forgot about Seraph.
And Seraph is going... well, I say I have another character, but I can't really do much with him. They'll... No, screw it. They'll cast Long Strider on Galatus just so he can have even more movement in case he...
Galatus is a fast boy now. Galatus
I'm gonna explore the whole place.
Yep. Pretty much can with, what, 80 feet of movement?
Alright, so hang on, I just gotta...
Also, I will say, just like to give a brief description of this room, it's really nice. Like, this parlor, you can see through the windows, there's like a flower garden outside. It looks like you're literally in like the suburbs in like the middle of the US. Like, there's like neatly manicured lawns, like beautiful, you know, almost similar houses. There's like a large harp in the corner. Just very nice.
So do we have to fight this thing?
You would know that they're pretty simply programmed. It's probably just attacking you.
Yeah. Alright. So with Battle Mind Link on, they're going to move together and each do a single attack. I hate that these character sheets are not working.
I don't know what the deal is with that today.
Yeah.
Alright. Assume you'll take the crit.
Yeah, and then that triggers us each a free attack.
Okay, so we got. Hold on, let me do minus adamantine. And then the crit on yours would double to 40. Okay, do your subsequent attack with that ability you have.
Okay.
And you crit, so you both get the crit on that one, right? But it doesn't keep going, right? It's not like is it a chain?
Yeah, it kind of is because it doesn't assume that you both get a crit.
Fuck. Alright, well let's
I know.
let me do math. Because this thing's actually not super strong, so that might be close to finishing it. 53. Okay, with those crits, you guys are able to dismantle this clockwork golem.
Sorry, guys. Sorry nobody else got to attack.
And I wasn't going to be able to do anything to it
Well,
anyways.
trust me, there'll be much more difficult stuff in this book.
Alright.
Will they all also have magic immunity, so I can't do anything to them?
Yeah, poor character choice, bud.
Poor character. Okay, hold on. Let me do XP for that really quick. Now that you're not in immediate... Fucking calculator just died. My phone just died. Give me 1 sec. So everyone is gonna get 6,400 XP. And now that we're not in a fight, go ahead and give me a knowledge planes check as you're like looking out into this neighborhood through the windows.
Are we just in suburbia America? Or is this what Primus is?
You, my friends, are in Utopia, the eternal and perfect city of Access. The plane in the outer sphere dedicated to universal law, unmarred by the struggles of good and evil. You guys have been fully transported, not just from the material to the inner sphere, but the outer sphere of the multiverse. Ohalia's eyes are kind of like wide, like still glowing with that weird, like golden holy energy. She's like, it's a lot of constructs in Access. She's like, we're in Access. But
Yeah.
wait a minute. This is
Why are we in Axis?
She looks at
How
her.
are we this?
This is his house.
Whose house?
The Emperor. This is Taldaris' house.
Swanky.
So, do you have any idea what's going on?
I've never actually been to his home. I knew that he had... Well, when Pharasma judged my soul, I was sent to the Maelstrom. It was part of my... She knew my ultimate fate. She knows all fates. I struggled as a petitioner soul there for a long time, and through sheer force of will, reformed myself as a Valkyrie. Once I did that, I felt a connection with the First Emperor. I knew that he was either a petitioner soul or some sort of outsider in Axis. But recently I have felt blocked from him. 'Tis why I sought out the tomb and found you all there. I thought I could get to the bottom of it.
I'm going to recount. Or did she see the same vision we did?
Did you do what?
Did she see the same vision that we did?
Yes, she did.
Oh, okay. Do you have any idea what the vision meant?
She hesitates. And he's like, most of it, no. But we saw that machine man stabbed in a wood-floored home. I think it was this one. And I have long suspected, over the millennia, that, well, I'm sure you all know that when you pass on, you become a petitioner soul. Just kind of a being going to a certain outer plane. But certain petitioners become various outsiders. And I long thought that Taldaris was too important a man to remain a petitioner soul. I think he was reforged as an inevitable. A sort of living machine in service to the Axions. If that's true, that armored machine man we saw might have been him. And that might have been him being taken from his home.
Yeah. A kidnapping.
You make
Robot
it sound so simple, but to kidnap the soul, the essence of the first Emperor of Taldor? Insanity. But she kind of like shrugs her spear like off her back in her hand as it glows. It's just, we have to get to the bottom of this. We should be on guard. Whoever is in this house, or whoever took him from this house, might have sent someone to finish the job. And that's where we're going to end our session for today. Having been ripped away from the material plane to access the Eternal City.
Oh, what fun. Did you see what I did to my rapier?
No, what did you do to it? Did you axiomite it, or, what's it called?
Anarchic.
Anarchic, yeah. Okay, that's really good. That'll be very good for this realm.
We kept running into lawful planar creatures, and I thought, well, hey, let's get a little extra damage.
Hell yeah. I mean, this campaign's got a type.
It's time for me to be useless now because everything has fucking magic resistance.
It's okay. I'm sure you will find plenty of things to kill. In the
Yeah, you can always turn into a dragon or something.
It's true. You could just go ham as a dragon.
But you only get one breath attack per turn into a dragon.
Fair enough. Alright. Well,
But
thanks everyone
yes-
for watching. I'm going to run a quick ad. We're going to stick around for it. And I'm going to mute us.